Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is Friday, May 26th. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Happy to get your Friday morning started on our Memorial Day weekend. Weather was not too bad yesterday. We're going to see temperatures that will be even a little bit warmer for this afternoon. Now, we do have to track a little bit of rain as we get into your Sunday and a little bit into Monday too, but it's not going to be a washout by any means. It's nothing that we can't handle around here. So looking out over our live cam over the Inner Harbor, beautiful shot this morning. Actually a little cooler this morning than where we were yesterday. Upper 40s and lower 50s for Owings Mills and Cockeysville, 50 in Towson, 46 in Rosedale, 52 your temp in Dundalk, and we're at 56 in Baltimore. So a cooler morning. We're going to see a warmer afternoon ahead, and we are tracking some of that weekend rain. So again, there will be some showers that we have to get through, but notice what happens with our temperatures. We're staying on the cool side. Probably at least grab a jacket as you're heading out this morning. Mid to upper 50s taking you through 10 a.m. and upper 60s through noontime. We'll be on our way to the lower 70s for this afternoon. And some of us will check out in those highs in the low to mid 70s. So actually below average for your Friday. We'll see overall over central Maryland, those temperatures not looking too bad. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a closer look at your forecast and we'll track some of that weekend rain as well. In the meantime, holding young offenders accountable for their actions, it's a big concern for many people, especially as the rise in juvenile crime continues throughout Maryland. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost has the exclusive interview.
DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi is doubling down on some of those comments that were a point of contention during his confirmation process. He says it comes down to finding other ways to keeping tabs on some of these young people. And that brings us to DJS supervision, which right now doesn't seem to be working for everyone. This Washington Post op-ed, co-written by Vincent Schiraldi nearly a decade ago, brought up by some lawmakers as a concern. But the newly appointed and confirmed secretary doesn't see it as an issue. That was brought up during the confirmation hearing. Some lawmakers had concerns about that and your views as a secretary for an agency plagued with problems. Do you see their concerns?
Many agencies are plagued with problems. It's not just DJS has problems and nobody else has problems. Everything else is perfect.
But you're the secretary of this.
When you look at, right, so you're asking me a question you want me to answer, right? So let me answer the question. If you ask most of your viewers, how different were you, particularly the men, at the age of 17 versus the age of 19? Were you dramatically more ready to engage in adult responsibility and adult behaviors when you were a freshman or a sophomore in college than you were when you were a senior in high school? I think most people would say no.
Schiraldi notes his day-to-day work now is focusing on the young people 18 and under who are under his supervision at DJS. And now he says a lot of those kids end up on a GPS monitoring device. There are examples. We had a 12-year-old who was gunned down in South Baltimore not too long ago. He had a GPS ankle monitor on under the supervision of DJS. After examples of the supervision breakdown. In 2019, we had the 16-year-old who was part of the group of kids who were charged with Officer Amy Caprio's death. He too was on supervision, so that didn't work for the public safety aspect for the community. What needs to improve for the supervision, the probation, the parole within DJS to ensure that there is safety for the community and for these kids who are on it?
Yeah, so supervision all by itself, by a government-funded probation officer or community supervisor, that's just this much of the problem. We really have to engage the rest of the people in their community.
Schiraldi, like some in the more progressive criminal justice reform arenas, pushing for a more community-based supervision approach.
We got to get in there with those kids and interrupt that flow and put them on a path to success. That's where we'll have our best success, not just because some PO sees you once in a week in his office and has you, pee in a cup and tell you to go forth and sin no more. That's not ever going to do it.
But how to do that and how soon those ideas will become a reality remains unclear. Do you believe the safety of the community as a whole outweighs a young person's ability to stay in the community, to get those rehabilitative services in some of these facilities that may or may not even be working?
I think that's an either-or question, and I reject the concept. I think that we need to do both and. We have a system, laws passed over the years by the legislatures, judges judging, prosecutors prosecuting, DJS doing our part. When the judges say to secure them, I need to secure them. when it's time for them to come back home to their communities, I need to have the kinds of programs that are going to make sure they don't reoffend when they come home and that they thrive and do better. And that's my job, and that's what I'm going to do.
How long do you think it'll take before that is a reality?
I think we're going to, well, when I leave here, whenever that is, there's still going to be stuff to fix. So it's never going to be a perfect system. But I think it's our job day to day to be improving the system and always looking at both turning young people's lives around so that they can thrive and public safety. And that's what I want to be judged on, and I'm sure I will be.
A tall task for a secretary overseeing a department with programming, staffing, and success challenges to overcome. All while many lawmakers say the success of many of their criminal justice plans hinge on the success of DJS.
The governor's office tells me that top-to-bottom review of DJS that Governor Wes Moore ordered should be done as soon as possible. It's still unclear what will come from those findings. But in the meantime, if you want to watch my entire conversation with DJS Secretary Schiraldi, all you have to do is scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen, and it'll take you right there. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Well, we do begin this morning in a city in crisis. Baltimore's youth curfew is set to go into effect today in an effort to curb juvenile violence during the summer. Anyone under the age of 14 is asked to be off the streets by 9 p.m. and kids ages 14 to 17 can stay out until 11. Children will be asked to leave on their own or be transported to a youth connection center while the city tries to locate their parents. But the transport isn't a requirement, drawing questions from some in city leadership.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
This is not a tool that's going to make the Baltimore City safer. This is not a tool that's going to go against the young folks who are intentionally creating unproductive activity at night. So I think we just have to accept that and literally move on.
According to the mayor's office, the plan will cost Baltimore taxpayers just over $1 million. Well, the start of the youth curfew comes as Fox 45 remembers the lives lost of Baltimore's youngest. Yesterday, Baltimore City Public Schools hosting a Peace and Remembrance Day ceremony to honor the 19 students who were killed by gun violence within the past year. The youngest victim, just 8 years old. The event took place outside of the city school board with students, staff, and family members in attendance. Baltimore City Public Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises and Deputy Mayor Dr. Letitia Drazza, they were among those to speak at this event.
These young people individually represented potential. They represented different gifts and talents and personalities. They are not just numbers.
That means 19 children didn't show up for dinner last night. 19 children won't get the chance to close out the school year with their classmates this year.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you feel Baltimore City is a safe place to raise a child? So far, 98% of those who have responded say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Still ahead on the early edition, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis looking ahead to the 2024 race for president, the changes he would implement if he made it into the White House. Plus, a cooler start to the morning. Our Weather Authority team letting us know if we warm back up to start Memorial Day weekend. It is 4:38 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:41 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Little cooler to start your Friday morning. We're seeing some lower 40s in Cumberland and Western Maryland. Most of us in the 40s and lower 50s as you step out across the Chesapeake Bay region. And we're going to see temperatures that will be a little bit warmer today, but you might need a light jacket as you're stepping out this morning. Definitely the sunglasses for the afternoon. No need for the umbrella today, but later this weekend we are tracking at least some rain for the holiday. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few. Meg?
Working on a summer shape-up program, we're going to tell you how to not get sidelined with every step. I'm Liz Bonus. It is just ahead.
Plus, remembering our nation's fallen heroes, the powerful act of respect out of Arlington. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jean Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, tracking where your hard-earned tax dollars are going. It's our Waste of the Week, uncovering out-of-control government spending. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. In your health headlines this morning, a word of caution if the unofficial start of summer this weekend has you motivated to start a seasonal shape-up plan. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains why you might want to protect your feet.
Hey there, everybody. If you're considering a summer shape-up program of power walking or running, nothing can sideline you faster than foot problems.
I run 5Ks with my children. I run marathons by myself, and my passion is the ultramarathon distance. Anywhere from 50K to 50-miler.
Patrick Messerschmidt knows what one of those foot problems feels like as a competitive runner.
Absolutely. Achilles tendonitis.
He's learned now that stretches like these can help reduce that kind of tendonitis and a few other common foot problems that show up in foot specialist Dr. Gordon Yunn's office this time of year.
The three most common things I'll probably see at this time of year are plantar fasciitis, something called capsulitis, which is more forefoot pain, and then Achilles tendonitis.
All of those, he says, are overuse injuries that come on when we start walking or running and do too much too soon.
People just get out there and overdo it, more or less.
So to fix these problems?
The plain awful truth of that is it's time and rest, which is probably the most impractical treatment plan.
So rather than needing to treat it, to prevent it,
I think it's keeping your pace low and having a good balance between your training and your rest.
One other note, he says, running footwear generally loses shock absorption in about 300 to 500 miles. Replacing that footwear can reduce impact on your muscles and your joints. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. A powerful showing of respect as Memorial Day approaches. It is the annual Flags In ceremony there at Arlington National Cemetery as soldiers are placing more than 250,000 flags in front of gravestones. Volunteers say the flags are a small token of their appreciation for the sacrifices made by our service members. Well, the unofficial start to the summer travel season kicking off, and experts are predicting near record travel for this Memorial Day weekend. A key factor to more travelers this year, gas prices are lower, much lower compared to last year, but with busier roads can bring more headaches.
Just know that you will eventually get from point A to B. Just this year, since everybody has the same idea, it may take you a little longer.
Make sure you scan the QR code right there on your screen. We'd love to see your Memorial Day celebrations, whether it's a day at the beach, maybe a cookout, just enjoying the long weekend at home. We'd love to see your pictures and videos. You can submit them on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. We want to take you live now to the Bay Bridge in Ocean City this morning. Right now, this would be the perfect time to head out. The roadways looking clear early this morning. We know that could change in the next few hours as people get set to head down to the beach here, hoping the weather will pan out right for us. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been tracking the Memorial Day forecast for us. Yeah. And what do we think?
Today and tomorrow look great. Perfect. Sunday, not too bad, and Monday, not too bad either. Okay. We're going to have to deal with a few showers here and there, but it's not going to
Get some Thrasher's fries, get some good food,
Exactly,
you know?
exactly. Yeah, it's not going to rain on anybody's major parade, if that's what we're going to say. So our live cam here in Towson right now, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, a little bit on the cooler side. Notice those numbers on the right side of your screen. A lot of us in the 40s and 50s as you're up early with us on this Friday morning, getting into Memorial Day weekend. 56 your temperature in Towson, one of the warmer spots in terms of temps, but it feels cooler outside. No doubt about that. Had the windows open this morning, came around 695 to 83, and I was like, whoo, all right, gonna get those windows right back up. So 55 here in the next hour. We'll keep those 50s going for the next few hours on your Rise and Shine cast. The sun comes up at 5:45. We'll be up until 8:22. We know we are getting closer and closer to the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Well, we've also got pool time in effect, or at least a lot of you getting those pools open, or maybe this weekend, the first time you'll be able to jump into the pool. So 65 by about 10 a.m., mid-70s through 2 o'clock this afternoon. Great pool day. That UV index, though, in the high category. So something we have to watch for and think about is getting that sunblock on. I know you're going to be like, Chambers, you talk about it all summer long, and that's what we're going to be doing. All right, so 78 is your average this time of year. Most of us will be in the below average category, the low to mid 70s across central Maryland, down through Annapolis at 72 for the graduation today. 73 in Columbia, mid 70s for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C. Only 63 in Ocean City today, but we'll see some of those numbers rise as we get into the weekend. And for us here at home, keeping those numbers in the 70s, actually kind of below average through Sunday. By Monday and Tuesday next week, you'll see a steady climb in temperatures. And how about upper 80s and lower 90s as we get into next Thursday and Friday? So we'll definitely feel that heat of summer right as we get into meteorological summer. Future scan looks dry today and tomorrow. As I mentioned, we're just tracking a few of those showers from that next weather maker coming in. And we're talking early Sunday morning and then a couple of pop-up showers as we get into Sunday afternoon as well. So just be aware of that, whether you're here or down the ocean. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Keeping the 70s, as I mentioned, through Sunday, lower 80s for Memorial Day Monday, and then really starting to crank up that heat a little bit into early next week. Let's get a check of mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 operating with a 20 to 30-minute delay. And we've got train number 403 running 8 to 10 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link off and running on time in both directions of that service. Metro Subway link looking good for travel between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the start. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis wasting no time. Who would get the axe if he makes it to the White House? I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington with whose job could be on the line.
Plus, the curfew for minors goes into effect tonight. How much it will cost you, the taxpayer. 4:51 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Turning now to your election 2024 coverage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis officially running for the top of the GOP ticket for 2024. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has a look at who DeSantis says is on the chopping block if he wins the White House.
In his first television interview, newly minted presidential candidate Florida Governor Ron DeSantis declaring where he would clean house should he win.
No, I would not keep Chris Wray as director of the FBI. There'd be a new one on day one. I think that's very important.
The FBI and DOJ increasingly a target from top Republicans who argue the agencies have been turned into tools Democrats use to go after political enemies like Donald Trump while protecting insiders like the president's son, Hunter Biden.
If we cannot craft authorities that are in line with our values and our belief on the Constitution, and particularly the First Amendment, then yes, I think that we ought to take a meat cleaver rather than an X-Acto knife to some of these agencies.
Trump taking to Truth Social after his indictment by the Manhattan DA, writing, quote, Republicans in Congress should defund the DOJ and FBI until they come to their senses. DeSantis signaling support during his campaign launch conversation on Twitter.
If an agency is engaging in conduct that is outside the realm of what is legal, or you think it's not good for the public interest, then you can remove the funding for those operations.
Some, like Mike Howell, director of the Oversight Project at the Heritage Foundation, argue institutions like the FBI need a complete operation overhaul.
I think we're heading towards that path where it is going to be basically commonly accepted that our federal government and these supposedly neutral institutions are incapable of being neutral in this current political environment. And so what we need, our political leaders, is to get ahead of that moment and start providing some actual legislative fixes.
Republicans continuing their investigations into the weaponization of the federal government. Democrats trying to complicate those efforts by raising questions on the legitimacy of key whistleblower witnesses. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Thank you, Kayla. And that brings us to our national question of the day. Who do you think should be the 2024 Republican presidential nominee? Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, or someone else? So far, 59% of voters say Donald Trump. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. The Anne Arundel County Board of Education considering a new policy limiting what types of flags can be displayed in the classroom. The proposal made during Wednesday night's meeting would limit the acceptable flags to the United States flag, the state flag, the Annapolis flag, and the Anne Arundel County flag. It also says exceptions to the rule could be made at the principal's discretion if they believe a different flag provides educational value. A similar policy is in place in Carroll County schools. That school system banned political flags, including the LGBTQ pride flag last year. That sparked a debate over representation in schools. Critics say the policy is harmful. Supporters argue it takes politics out of the classroom. Students are still allowed to display political materials like pride flags on their clothing. You can find more on Carroll County's policy right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Kentucky parents say they are heartbroken after their children with special needs were left out of a 5th grade graduation celebration. The students were given yard signs to celebrate moving on to middle school, but none were given to those in the special education department.
We had the most fragile and vulnerable of our students excluded in the most cruel ways.
One of the parents says the school has apologized as well as made those students their own signs.
The city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight. Just ahead, why there's still skepticism over the plan and just how much it'll cost you.
And as the curfew gets underway, we are remembering the young lives lost this year that calls for accountability.
Our temperatures are definitely cooler this morning as we step into your Memorial Day weekend. We'll talk about how those numbers warm up and the chances for rain as well.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Friday. It is May 26th. I'm Megan Gilland. We are heading into Memorial Day weekend, so we need meteorologist Justin Chambers here. So many plans this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on, and really nice day yesterday. Temperatures maybe a couple degrees warmer today. It's going to be a gorgeous Friday to be outside, maybe getting out on the road or getting your plans set for the holiday weekend. Looking nice right now. It's actually a little bit cooler. In fact, you can feel that when you make your way outside. Check out some of these numbers right now. Upper 40s for Owings Mills and Cockeysville, 49 in Baltimore City, 52 in Dundalk, 50 in Elk Ridge, and you're at 51 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So a cooler morning, a warmer afternoon ahead, and we are tracking some weekend showers. That's the operative word, some. So we're not looking at a lot, which is good. If you do want to head out either for your morning drive or maybe you're starting to head out of town in the next couple of hours, we're taking a look at those temperatures in the low to mid 50s. Nothing to get in your way weather-wise. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We have your Len Stoller traffic network now. This is going to change probably later today as many folks head down to the beach. But right now, over the Towson Cam, we are looking great. Very light volume, light traffic, no issues to report. We want to turn now to a city in crisis. Happening today, the city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight, but skepticism is still swirling over the plan. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live to explain how it will work and the cost to taxpayers. Shannon.
Yeah, the cost to taxpayers, Megan, is one of the biggest concerns that people have that we spoke to, and we'll get more to that in just a minute. But it's certainly not the only concern. In fact, some city council members just think this plan simply will not work. So let's break down the plan for you. Take a look right here. When this plan goes into effect tonight, this curfew, those under 14 need to be off the streets by 9 p.m. and youth from 14 to 17 can stay out until 11 p.m. That's because it's a weekend, but 10 p.m. on the weekdays. So youth will be asked to leave on their own or be transported by bus to a youth connection center located at a recreation center in Park Heights, and there's another one at a church community center. And the city will then supply food and games and attempt to locate their parents. But here's the thing, the youth can refuse to go.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
Now, we reached out to the mayor's office to find out the total cost associated with the youth connection centers and the buses that's going to transport them. According to the mayor's office, the summer youth engagement strategy as a whole, and remember that also includes music and art festivals, sports and cookouts, but it has a budgeted price tag of $1,892,000, with agency employees' salaries costing the most. Now, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance says the city is just really taking a big chance.
Here's the problem, is that these centers may staff up. They may have a lot of food allocated, which is going to cost money. And if the kids don't agree to go to the centers, this is food and money that could go to waste. There is no guarantee that these services will be utilized, yet the city is going to be paying for the services.
So we'll have to see. But as part of this plan, we also know that officers and social workers will be posted in areas where kids typically are, like Federal Hill, Fells Point, and the Inner Harbor. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. The start of the youth curfew comes as Fox 45 remembers the lives lost to Baltimore's youngest. Yesterday, Baltimore City Public Schools hosting a Peace and Remembrance Day ceremony to honor the 19 students who were killed by gun violence within the past year. The youngest victim, just 8 years old. The event took place outside of the city school board with students, staff, and family members in attendance. Baltimore City Public Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises and Deputy Mayor Dr. Letitia Draza were among those to speak at the event.
These young people individually represented potential. They represented different gifts and talents and personalities. They are not just numbers.
That means 19 children didn't show up for dinner last night. 19 children won't get the chance to close out the school year with their classmates this year.
We want to hear from you. Do you feel Baltimore City is a safe place to raise a child? So far, 99% of voters say no. That just went up a little bit ago. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this. From our live center now this morning, we want to take you live to our nation's capital, where right now things are quiet. Lawmakers are in recess until Tuesday for the holiday weekend. So even if House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the White House reach a deal on the debt ceiling, the earliest that we could expect to see debate and a vote in the House is next week. White House officials and Republican negotiators say they are narrowing in on an agreement that would raise the debt limit and cap federal spending through next year's election. But both sides remain far apart on issues like work requirements for food stamp benefits and other social safety nets.
It would not be easy. It's hard, but we're working, and we're going to continue to work till we get this done.
What's the hang up at this point? Or what would you say?
Look, we've been talking to the White House all day. We're going back and forth, and it's not easy. We want to make sure this is an agreement worthy of the American people.
Well, complicating matters, 35 House Republicans sent a letter to Speaker McCarthy yesterday with new demands. They want to add a new border security measure, repeal funding for a new FBI headquarters, and recall proposed IRS funding. Democrats are unlikely to back those measures and are doubling down against policy rollbacks and spending cuts.
The idea that the Republicans are holding hostage the entire world economy unless they get what they want has been an outrageous display of extremist politics, and it really is unacceptable.
Taking you live to New York City here this morning, where Wall Street certainly in a wait-and-see mode right now. Experts warn as we get closer to that default, the deadline being June 1st, borrowing costs could go up and could hurt already shaky markets. We're going to have a closer look at some of the other economic news that could impact markets today, including an upcoming report on inflation. For now, that is the latest from our live center. Still ahead on the early edition, the juvenile crime crisis top of mind as we head into the summer months. We're going to sit down with the Department of Juvenile Services Secretary and hear his hopes for the department.
Not too bad. A little on the cooler side this Friday morning to get you set for the weekend. We'll be breaking down what we can expect in terms of our rain chances and what the temps are doing as well. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:09 is your time right now on your Friday morning. As we look outside, our temperatures are cooler. How about 45 in Columbia, 48 your temp in Laurel, 53 in Annapolis, and 49 in Baltimore City, up in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. So definitely grab at least a light jacket if you're going to be heading out over the next couple of hours. And if you want to get some yard work done, the gardening overall not too bad today. We're talking about highs that will get into the low to mid 70s, still below average for this time of year. We'll track those rain chances for the weekend and how it could impact you coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. As Memorial Day weekend kicks off, we are honoring those who lost their lives serving our country. Tom Rogers joining us live from Hereford High School with how the Eyes of Freedom exhibit is honoring soldiers this Memorial Day. Tom, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan. Yeah, what an honor to be out here. This event held annually here at Hereford. It's all put on by the students, the entire event, and it's for our troops club. And that's what makes it so significant. We've covered it in years past, but this year, the difference, what you just said right there, the Eyes of Freedom, this empty trailer right now, making its trek here Wednesday. It comes from Ohio and travels around talking about the 23 men who lost their lives in battle here. And the reason why it's so significant, why it's making national tours, is because of the impact it has on veterans. So follow me over here, because the service happens right here at Hereford High School every year in the beginning, right at 8 o'clock. We'll be covering this all morning long. Another addition this year, the 9/11 bell. This bell has been traveling around. We've seen it all through Maryland because 69 Marylanders who have also lost their lives during 9/11. So that's another addition this year. But the students will be holding their service right here underneath the flagpoles in front of the school. They transform it and they make it into a service, and it's all run and held by it. And the neat thing about it is they have another school joining them this year too, like they did last year. So Hereford High School kids for our troops. If you would like to come out and see the Eyes of Freedom, they actually have that in the auditorium. It's free, 3:30 to 8 o'clock tonight, and then 10 to 6, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, where you can go in and see the incredible artwork, 11 pictures that are up there because of those troops that had died, the 23. And the weird thing about this, Megan, is a lot of people say when they come here, they have mixed emotions, especially veterans and veteran families, the families of the veterans. They say sometimes it's a relief, sometimes they feel anger, and that's exactly what that exhibit is here for, and why Hereford High School made sure they were able to get it in here. So we're going to be talking with students all morning long as they bring the education from the classroom out here and actually get to participate and honor the men and women who have served and are still serving. So we'll be out here all morning long. Can't wait to see this service coming up at 8 o'clock. Megan, back to you.
Such a special morning, Tom. We look forward to it. Thank you. Coming up after the break, an exclusive one-on-one interview with the Department of Juvenile Services Secretary, his views on the state of the department. Plus, a common sound being heard on city streets once again. New efforts from police to stop illegal dirt biking and why residents say it is not working. Time now 5:12. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Holding young offenders accountable for their actions is a big concern for many people, especially as the rise in juvenile crime continues throughout the state of Maryland. Now, the Department of Juvenile Services Secretary Vincent Schiraldi is laying out his views on keeping young adults out of the criminal justice system. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost has this exclusive interview.
DJS Secretary Vincent Schiraldi is doubling down on some of those comments that were a point of contention during his confirmation process. He says it comes down to finding other ways to keeping tabs on some of these young people. And that brings us to DJS supervision, which right now doesn't seem to be working for everyone. This Washington Post op-ed, co-written by Vincent Schiraldi nearly a decade ago, brought up by some lawmakers as a concern. But the newly appointed and confirmed secretary doesn't see it as an issue. That was brought up during the confirmation hearing. Some lawmakers had concerns about that, and your views as a secretary for an agency plagued with problems. Do you see their concerns?
Many agencies are plagued with problems. It's not just DJS has problems and nobody else has problems. Everything else is perfect.
But you're the secretary of this.
When you look at, right, so you're asking me a question you want me to answer, right? So let me answer the question. If you ask most of your viewers, how different were you, particularly the men, at the age of 17 versus the age of 19? Were you dramatically more ready to engage in adult responsibility and adult behaviors when you were a freshman or a sophomore in college than you were when you were a senior in high school? I think most people would say no.
Schiraldi notes his day-to-day work now is focusing on the young people 18 and under who are under his supervision at DJS. And now he says a lot of those kids end up on a GPS monitoring device. There are examples. We had a 12-year-old who was gunned down in South Baltimore not too long ago. He had a GPS ankle monitor on under the supervision of DJS. After examples of the supervision breakdown. In 2019, we had the 16-year-old who was part of the group of kids who were charged with Officer Amy Caprio's death. He too was on supervision, so that didn't work for the public safety aspect for the community. What needs to improve for the supervision, the probation, the parole within DJS to ensure that there is safety for the community and for these kids who are on it?
Yeah, so supervision all by itself, by a government-funded probation officer or community supervisor, that's just this much of the problem. We really have to engage the rest of the people in their community.
Schiraldi, like some in the more progressive criminal justice reform arenas, pushing for a more community-based supervision approach.
We got to get in there with those kids and interrupt that flow and put them on a path to success. That's where we'll have our best success, not just because some PO sees you once a week in his office and has you, pee in a cup and tell you to go forth and sin no more. That's not ever going to do it.
But how to do that and how soon those ideas will become a reality remains unclear. Do you believe the safety of the community as a whole outweighs a young person's ability to stay in the community to get those rehabilitative services in some of these facilities that may or may not even be working?
I think that's an either-or question, and I reject the concept. I think that we need to do both and. We have a system, laws passed over the years by the legislatures, judges judging, prosecutors prosecuting, DJS doing our part. When the judges say to secure them, I need to secure them. When it's time for them to come back home to their communities, I need to have the kinds of programs and to make sure they don't reoffend when they come home and that they thrive and do better. And that's my job, and that's what I'm going to do.
How long do you think it'll take before that is a reality?
I think we're going to, when I leave here, whenever that is, there's still going to be stuff to fix. So it's never going to be a perfect system. But I think it's our job day to day to be improving the system and always looking at both turning young people's lives around so that they can thrive and public safety. And that's what I want to be judged on, and I'm sure I will be.
A tall task for a secretary overseeing a department with programming, staffing, and success challenges to overcome. All while many lawmakers say the success of many of their criminal justice plans hinge on the success of DJS. The governor's office tells me that top-to-bottom review of DJS that Governor Wes Moore ordered should be done as soon as possible. It's still unclear what will come from those findings. But in the meantime, if you want to watch my entire conversation with DJS Secretary Schiraldi, all you have to do is scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen, and it'll take you right there. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you. It's 5:19 on a Friday morning. We want to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Memorial Day weekend here, and how's the beach forecast?
Meg,
what?
The Baltimore Orioles are good.
I know. I'm going on Sunday to the game.
Oh, I thought you were going tomorrow.
Sunday.
Okay, 5-1 on the AL East trip. They only lost the one game, and they swept the
Yankees.
Jays.
So, and how many sweeps did you say? What was the trick that your mother-in-law says?
So mom, Susan says, if you win all the series, you win the World Series.
See?
So
that's all you got to do.
We're on our way. They've got a night game tonight. They are back home, and then they've got 3 afternoon games in a row for Memorial Day weekend. And they got about the beach forecast. Well, I've got that down the ocean cast for you coming up as well in just a few minutes. Now my microphone's on.
There it is.
Oh, fun time.
This is fun.
Hello. All right.
Fridays are always exciting. All right, we'll check back in, Justin. Thank you. I know many people excited for that forecast there. In the meantime, we do want to get a check on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark. Hi, Mark. Are you there? No, Mark. We'll try to check back in with him in just a moment.
All right, so I got my microphone situated and all worked out. Let's take that weather shot. There we go, over downtown Baltimore. Overall, not too bad. It's cooler this morning. Our temperatures are in the 40s and even some of us in the low to mid 40s. So you'll have the windows down driving to work, but you may need to kind of go just a little bit like that. But overall, it's going to be a great afternoon and it's really a nice weekend ahead. Yes, we've got a little bit of that rain we have to get through, but 49 your temperature at BWI. No wind to speak of at this time. So we are nice and calm as the kids get out to the bus stop. Final day before Memorial Day weekend. Beep, beep. Temperatures this morning will stay in the upper 40s and lower 50s. We'll be into the 70s by noontime and recess, maybe getting out early, and then mid 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. A mild afternoon, and overall looking pretty good. Golfers hitting the links today in our forecast. Right about 60 through 9 a.m., 72 through noon, and mid 70s in the 3 o'clock hour. Those are great scores, by the way, for your round if you're going to be out there. Our temperatures in the low to mid 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. And let me quickly get to that 7-day forecast here for you. 76 today, mid upper 70s into Saturday and Sunday. That chance for rain comes in on Sunday afternoon and Monday, not only here, but also at the beach. And then we'll see those temperatures heat up next week. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 505 with a late departure, presently running about 35 minutes late. Allow time for travel in that instance. Train 841 on the Camden line with a delay. It's running 5 minutes late. Light rail link right on time for travel in both directions. No delays or issues in Metro Subway link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Coming up after the break, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making a surprise appearance here in Baltimore. His message for Hopkins graduating class.
One of the busiest travel weekends kicks off now. Just ahead, what you need to know before hitting the roads or heading to the beach. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Trending this morning, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky delivering a surprise commencement address to graduates at Johns Hopkins University. He appeared via live stream. You can see it right there to share words of encouragement yesterday morning. Zelensky telling students that time is the most valuable resource.
One piece of advice always works. You have to know exactly why you need today and how you want your tomorrows to look like. You have to know this when you are a politician and have to achieve a certain goal for your country. You have to know this when you are a soldier and you have to defend your position so that the whole country is protected. You have to know this when you just have to go through life.
Zelensky was also presented with an honorary Doctor of Humane Letters degree by the university's president. Still ahead on the early edition, a sunny and warm afternoon ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if the conditions stick around for Memorial Day.
We're live all morning long right here at Hereford High School, talking with students who put on this event every year to honor the two fallen students who sacrificed their lives years ago. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, early edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are taking you live, wait for it, to Ocean City here this morning. And we know Memorial Day weekend is getting underway. It's going to be one of the busiest weekends of the year on Maryland's roadways. 23 specialized Maryland State Police units are going to be out patrolling. They're on the lookout for impaired driving, aggressive driving, speeding. In just a few moments, Shannon Lilly will join us live with more on the holiday weekend travel. But this is your namaste moment here right there. That was picturesque. Thank you for waking up with us on this Friday, May 26th. You get through that traffic and you get to that scene. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Good morning.
Hi, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers here joining us with a look at how that beach forecast is shaping up. It looks amazing.
Can we take that shot again and just keep it
up
for like the next 4 hours? My God.
At first, I thought it wasn't real, and I was questioning the shot. This is a live look from Ocean City, Maryland this morning.
It is real, and it's spectacular, Megan. Taking a look outside here at home, it's pretty nice here as well. Kind of a sleepy start here as you look out from our Towson camera. You can see Baltimore City just waking up. We appreciate you being with us here live and local. I'll get it out. That coffee's got to kick in eventually. Upper 40s and lower 50s for Owens Mills and Cockeysville right now. 50 in Towson, 49 Baltimore City, 45 your temp in Rosedale. And some of us about 5 to 10 degrees cooler than where we were just 24 hours ago. So you're going to notice that when you make your way outside. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Next couple of hours into the lower 50s, mid 50s through 8 a.m. We'll top out at 76 today, upper 70s tomorrow, but then back to the mid 70s Sunday. But we do carry at least a chance for some rain heading into Sunday and Monday. We'll break that down a bit further for you coming up in just a few. Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. As we mentioned, one of the busiest travel weekends of the year is here with the forecasted 755,000 Marylanders expected to drive to their holiday destination.
And that means you can likely expect heavier traffic and possible delays as you head out to the beach or other places this holiday weekend.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with what you need to know before hitting the roads. Shannon?
Yeah, not only are you going to see more cars on the roads, Megan, you are also going to see more officers out in force working to keep you safe on these roadways. In fact, AAA is projecting that this will be the 4th busiest Memorial Day weekend for travel in our area since 2000. So for those of you heading to the beach, get ready. We do want to pull up some video of the Bay Bridge here. We all know this is the gateway to the Eastern Shore. Some 325,000 drivers are expected to cross this holiday weekend. And so as you're driving, look up. You're going to notice some changes. The automated lane closure system there on the Bay Bridge will now be active on both sides of the bridge. So you'll see those lane signals up ahead to let you know if a lane is open or closed. A red X, of course, means the lane is closed. And police, they're going to be monitoring and enforcing that. They say there have already been some minor crashes involving people distracted, not paying attention to this new system, so be alert.
They are new devices, but it's not new to folks to understand that when lanes are closed, you don't belong in those lanes. Those signals are big, they're pretty obvious. It's really paying attention being that driver. There are new devices, but it's not new to
now,
folks.
as for the best times for you to travel across the bridge, take a look right here. Police say your best bet is to come early and stay late, so before 8 a.m. or after 10 p.m. Otherwise, you can expect traffic. But remember, safety is your top priority as this weekend marks a potentially deadly one on our roadways.
The summer months play host to not one, but 3 U.S. holidays. Memorial Day, Independence Day, and Labor Day, where on average 40% of U.S. traffic deaths involve alcohol-impaired drivers on roadways with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08 or higher.
So police say you should absolutely report drunk drivers on the roadway by calling 911. And of course, if you have been drinking, do not get behind the wheel. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 News, early edition.
Now, as Memorial Day weekend kicks off, we're honoring those who lost their lives serving our country.
Tom Rogers joining us live from Hereford High School with how the Eyes of Freedom exhibit is honoring soldiers this Memorial Day. Tom, it's going to be a special morning.
Oh, it is. And Megan, right now I get to speak with some of the students that put this on. They're with For Our Troops Club. We're talking with Max right now and Kevin and Matt Mateko and Kevin Pham. You guys are now participating in this. Something is going to be coming at 8 o'clock this morning. First time doing that, is that right? So Max, tell us a little bit about why you joined For Our Troops.
I joined For Our Troops because, veterans give like the ultimate sacrifice, and as an American, we'll be in their debt forever because there's nothing we can do to get up to the level of the sacrifice they gave. So it's just honoring their legacy, and this is the least we can do.
Yeah, senior this year, joined in last year. Same with you, Kevin. You also joined as a junior and a senior. Have never been able to actually participate in this before for our troops.
Yes.
So what's it like now, though, having Eyes of Freedom coming this year?
It's actually really nice because it was supposed to come our freshman year, but now that we're seniors, we still get it, so that's a plus. It's really nice to have such a big memorial come over for our school, and maybe it'll bring a lot of people over to see it, and maybe our
be able to put this on free for everybody too. Be able to honor veterans that are coming all across Maryland. I mean, that's really significant. Let's talk about how long this actually takes. Max, tell us about how long it takes for the planning.
For the planning alone, because we've been, since like the beginning of the school year, we've been having meetings at least a few times every month, and every time it's a different logistical point. Setup wise, it all day yesterday and the day before we were just setting everything up.
How many actually students are in the club then? I mean, For Our Troops has been going on since 2 members of Hereford High School died while serving. Do you know about approximately how many actually help with this, set this event up?
Well, at the start we had about like 10 students, but a lot of people just randomly started joining, so maybe like 20, 25 people.
Yeah, it's just incredible. All right, well, Kevin and Max, thank you so much. We really look forward to the service that's coming up at 8 o'clock right here in front of Hereford High School For Our Troops. And of course, you know, all weekend long for Memorial Day weekend, we're serving and honoring our troops, the ones that are serving, the ones who have fallen. And you can come up to Eyes of Freedom right here at the auditorium and see that for free. 3:30 to 8 o'clock tonight, and then 10 to 6 Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Incredible. We'll be going inside a little bit later on and speaking with other students too throughout the morning. But again, the service coming up live right here on Fox 45 at 8 o'clock. Megan and Taylor?
Great reminder of what this holiday is all about. Tom, thank you.
Unbelievably poorly thought out.
The curfew for juveniles officially going into effect tonight, but not without skepticism. Why some argue the plan will not help curb juvenile violence.
Grieving our kids, we need to, what's the solutions?
Plus, as we look ahead to the curfew, we're remembering the young lives lost to gun violence over this year. The pleas coming from those grieving parents just ahead.
And a warm and sunny start to your Memorial Day weekend. Our Weather Authority team is tracking the weekend conditions all morning long for you. Look at that start. 5:37 now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
From the Live Center this morning, we're taking you live to New York City, where debt ceiling talks are front and center on Wall Street this morning with the long weekend looming. But we're also standing by with a new report on consumer spending, income, and inflation here in America. Of the two reports we get each month, this morning's personal consumption expenditures report is the measure that the Fed looks at the closest when deciding interest rates. Economists are predicting core inflation will be up 4.6% year over year. Core inflation measures everything except fuel, food, which tend to have the highest prices swing. Now, 4.6 would be the same reading we saw for March, which is a tenth of a point below February. This means there could be signs of recent inflation declines that they're stalling at this point. That could lead the Fed to consider yet another interest rate hike at its next meeting, something Chairman Jerome Powell has not ruled out. And if you're in the market for a new home, mortgage rates just jumped again. Freddie Mac puts the average rate on a 30-year home loan at 6.5% this morning. That's up from last week, being the highest in 2 months. That puts the average monthly mortgage payment right now at a record high of $2,600 a month, according to Redfin. But for home buyers still on the hunt, it could mean a better deal on the price. Now, we'll look out for those reports to drop later this morning and bring you those numbers. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Memorial Day travel expected to be one of the busiest in the year. What do you need to know before heading out on the roads? Plus, remembering our nation's fallen heroes, the powerful act of respect out of Arlington will bring you there. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Our Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars is an instant hit. You can watch it Wednesdays at 9 right here on Fox 45. And we're giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Now, starting on Monday, go over to foxbaltimore.com/contest and tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or fund a current one, a restaurant or a food truck, any other service that would make Gordon Ramsay proud. The winner will have the opportunity to appear on Fox 45 Morning News with us to promote your business. Get your business plan together and watch Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars Wednesday at 9 on Fox 45. A powerful showing of respect as Memorial Day approaches. It's the annual Flags in ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery, as soldiers are placing more than 250,000 flags in front of gravestones. Volunteers say the flags are a small token of their appreciation for the sacrifices made by our service members. Well, the unofficial start to the travel season, it's kicking off, and experts are predicting near record high travels for this Memorial Day weekend. A key factor for travelers this year, gas prices are lower compared to last, but with busier roads can bring more headaches.
Just know that you will eventually get from point A to B. Just this year, since everybody has the same idea, it may take you a little longer.
Go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen and share your Memorial Day celebrations with us, whether it's at the beach, which looks gorgeous, a cookout, or you're just enjoying the long weekend at home. We'd love to see how you're doing it. Send your pictures and your videos to them. You can submit them on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. All right, we're taking you now live to the Bay and Ocean City this morning, and the roads are looking clear this early hour, but that definitely could change as folks get out the door and wake up and head down to the beach, which looks flawless right now. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast.
Yeah, that Bay Bridge shot is going to change.
Yes.
We know a lot of folks are going to be heading down the ocean.
It's a little early, but for sure.
But this is the time to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have the opportunity, get out on the road. Get out and head out wherever you're going. If you're not heading down the ocean, maybe just somewhere else or getting out of town for the holiday weekend. You know, like I was doing the Lion King. I don't have Muyi, do you want me to hold you up? Like, she's like, no, don't touch me. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We've made it the final Friday of the month of May. June is right around the corner. And as you're up early with us here, enjoying some coffee and breakfast, we're talking about low to mid 50s over the next couple of hours. It's cooler this morning than it was yesterday. That sun is up now and sunset tonight at 8:22. And big day, graduation in Annapolis. We're talking about mid 50s through the 8 o'clock hour. Numbers are going to be into the lower 70s through noontime. So lunch outdoors will be great and all the celebrating going on. And mid 70s here in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So overall, a very nice Friday afternoon. Check some of those numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Low to mid 70s for your highs. Typically upper 70s is where we are. We're in the below average category. Mid 70s for D.C. and Philly, 72 in Cumberland. It is going to be a little cooler down the ocean, right about 63 in Ocean City today. And looking good here today and tomorrow. Numbers will stay in the lower 60s, a bit breezy on Saturday. We are tracking at least a few showers coming in on Sunday. It's not going to be too much, but it will be at least some rain there and also here. Man, great afternoon or evening to fire up that grill for the weekend on your grill cast. We're talking about mid 70s through 5 p.m. into the lower 70s in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour. Here's a look at our future scan. So we are dry today. There are no issues up and down the mid-Atlantic, nothing but sunshine and blue skies. Now, we'll get a little bit more cloud cover rolling in as we head into Saturday, but we stay dry. We're not tracking any rain, but that next weather maker trying to slide in from the south. Most of the moisture on all of the models are keeping this well to the south of us through about 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. So you will see at least a few showers down the ocean, and then some of those showers move into the Baltimore region that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for Sunday afternoon. We'll keep the clouds around on Monday for Memorial Day. Again, another chance of a couple of pop-up showers, but look, it's not a lot. So we're just tracking a few of those showers that will be there for both Sunday and Monday before we start heating up next week. Just 3 days until Memorial Day on our holiday countdown, 23 days until Father's Day, Juneteenth, and 24 days from right now. And we're 26 days, less than 4 weeks from the summer solstice. And let me tell you, my friends, it is going to feel like summer by the time we get into Wednesday and Thursday next week, especially Thursday with a high of 89. Some of us will try to sneak into those lower 90s for both Thursday and Friday as we kick off meteorological summer, but we'll enjoy this weekend in the 70s for Memorial Day. Back to you.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Live look now for the Bay Bridge this morning, where everything is moving smoothly at this hour. It could change, so get out there early if you are traveling.
Anonymous, no more. I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington, where a whistleblower inside the IRS is now showing his face. What he's alleging, coming up.
Plus, the curfew for minors goes into effect tonight. How much it will cost you, the taxpayer? We'll let you know. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Developing now, Texas's top attorney is facing the possibility of impeachment, with the verdict coming as soon as today.
Just yesterday, a committee of state lawmakers voted unanimously to recommend it.
If impeached, Attorney General Ken Paxton would be forced to leave his position immediately. Investigators say Paxton abused his office to help an Austin real estate developer who was a campaign donor. Paxton denies any wrongdoing and calls the motion a political attack. Paxton is also under indictment for securities fraud, and the FBI is investigating him over bribery claims.
FBI Director Christopher Wray is set to meet with the House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer. Now,
this comes as Comer accuses the FBI of blocking access to documents and evidence needed for the committee's continued investigation into the Biden family. National correspondent Christine Frizzell reports.
At the heart of the investigation into Hunter Biden's business dealings, money, what he allegedly did and did not report receiving, and where the money came from. With mounting evidence, much of it came from Russian oligarchs and individuals and businesses in China, including those with ties to the Chinese Communist Party. For this reason, the Internal Revenue Service has played a major role, though one top investigator says after 3 years, he was dismissed from his role for speaking out, now showing his face publicly and telling his story to CBS News.
There was multiple steps that were slow walked at the direction of the Department of Justice.
Had you ever encountered that before?
I have not, no. These deviations from normal process, and each and every time it seemed to always benefit the subject.
While Supervisory Special Agent Gary Shapley could not confirm it was indeed the Hunter Biden probe, CBS says it confirmed it was, along with a letter Shapley's lawyer sent to Congress alleging irregularities in the DOJ's handling of the investigation, despite promises from Attorney General Merrick Garland that wouldn't happen.
I have pledged not to interfere with that investigation, and I have carried through on my pledge.
Shapley is seeking legal protection so he can share more details. The Oversight Committee vowing to continue to pursue bank records and other accusations of a mishandled investigation.
We're starting to have the good quality career employees at the Department of Justice, at the IRS, and at the FBI come forward.
Top officials at the IRS have denied intervening or retaliating against whistleblowers, instead saying the change in work assignment came from the Department of Justice. Now, both President Joe Biden and his son Hunter have denied any wrongdoing, even calling the congressional investigation into them politically motivated. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
A lawyer accused of conspiring with Alec Murdaugh pleads guilty to his role in a $4 million insurance scheme. 54-year-old Corey Fleming now faces up to 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. Now, the charges stem from a scheme in which Fleming conspired with Murdaugh to siphon millions in settlement funds from Murdaugh's late housekeeper. Yesterday in court, Fleming admitted he did so by disguising the transfers as legal expenses.
He's also agreed, and as has his attorney mentioned in the bond hearing, that he is going to relinquish his law license both in Georgia and South Carolina. So we think those are all notable things. Our main goals are really to hold people fully accountable for their crimes and to do our part to make the victims whole.
And Murdaugh was charged federally for the first time this week on 22 counts related to an alleged financial crime. He's currently serving a life sentence in South Carolina prison for killing his wife and his son.
And developing in Prince George's County, police are looking for a juvenile suspect accused of trying to shoot and kill another child on a school bus earlier this month. Take a good look. Police say 3 young teens tried to fire at the victim's head and chest 3 times, but the gun jammed. 2 of those teenagers were arrested, but a 15-year-old who goes by the name Baby K is still on the run. Police say he is also the suspect in the murder of a 23-year-old in Northeast D.C. just 2 days after the attack. She's the older sister of one of the other boys charged in the attack. The mother of the boy attacked has a message for Baby K.
You're a coward and you need to go turn yourself in. You need to turn yourself in today.
Police are taking the rare step of sharing a juvenile's mugshot due to the nature of this investigation. Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
The city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight. Just ahead, why there's still skepticism over the plan and just how much it'll cost you.
And as Memorial Day weekend gets underway, expect the traffic to pick up. Topping our next half hour, what you need to know before taking to the roads this holiday.
And this morning, Hereford High School is hosting the Eyes of Freedom exhibit. Coming up, Tom Rogers is out there. He is live from the event as they prep for today's Memorial Day salute.
Our temperature is a little chillier this morning, but we're going to warm up nicely this afternoon. We are tracking some rain, however, for the weekend. We'll break it down on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Friday, May 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Happy Memorial Day weekend.
Yep. Here we go. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look. So many events honoring those who made the ultimate sacrifice. It's an important weekend.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. And we're going to have some pretty nice weather to be able to be outside to honor those lives lost. Our downtown Baltimore cam right now. Beautiful shot of that Orioles orange sunrise coming up here. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky cam. Mainly clear conditions and overall looking pretty nice here. Temperature wise, lower 40s in Oakland and Cumberland for Western Maryland. Most of us in the upper 40s and lower 50s. 56 in Annapolis. Obviously, folks excited there today with graduation day upon us. We're talking about a cooler morning with a warmer afternoon ahead. We are tracking some weekend showers. I almost want to put quotes around there because some of us won't see any rain, and that's good news, right? Here's a look at your morning commute. Getting out early this morning, whether it's for work or school or trying to head out of town. No issues here. Low to mid 50s with your temps, and we'll get to the low and mid 60s through the 9 and 10 o'clock hours, steadily warming up. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got a crash on 95 South. This is just past Mountain Road. Taking a look at the live camera there, we know 3 vehicles are involved. It's closing the southbound right shoulder. Traffic kind of backing up a little bit, but not terrible here at this hour.
Turning now to a city in crisis happening today. The city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight, but skepticism is still swirling over this plan.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live to explain how it will work and the cost to taxpayers. Shannon.
Yeah, the cost to taxpayers, Megan and Taylor, is one of the biggest concerns that some people that we spoke to have talked about. And of course, we're going to get more to that in just a minute. But it's not the only concern. In fact, there are some city council members who just simply think this plan is not going to work. So let's break down the plan for you. Take a look right here. When this curfew goes into effect tonight, those under 14 need to be off the streets by 9 p.m. and youth from 14 to 16 can stay out until 11 p.m. since it's a weekend, but 10 p.m. on the weekdays. And at that time, youth will be asked to leave on their own or be transported by bus to a youth connection center where the city will supply food and games in an attempt to locate their parents. But here's the thing, the youth can simply refuse to go.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
Now, we reached out to the mayor's office to find out the total cost that's associated with all of this, the youth connection centers and the buses that will be transporting them. And according to the mayor's office, the summer youth engagement strategy as a whole has a budgeted price tag of $1,892,000. Now, keep in mind, though, that also includes other parts of this whole strategy, like music and arts festivals, sports and cookouts. But we did speak with David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and he says the city is still taking a big chance here.
Here's the problem, is that these centers may staff up. They may have a lot of food allocated, which is going to cost money. And if the kids don't agree to go to the centers, this is food and money that could go to waste. There is no guarantee that these services will be utilized, yet the city is going to be paying for the services.
So we'll have to see. But we also know, as part of this plan, that the city plans to have officers, social workers posted at the spots that kids typically are, like Federal Hill, Fells Point, and the Inner Harbor. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. From our live center now this morning, we are taking you live to our nation's capital, where right now things are quiet. Lawmakers are in recess until Tuesday for the holiday weekend. So even if House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the White House reach a deal on the debt ceiling, the earliest that we could expect to see debate and a vote in the House is next week. White House officials and Republican negotiators say they are narrowing in on an agreement that would raise the debt limit and cap federal spending through next year's election. But both sides remain far apart on issues like work requirements for food stamp benefits and other social safety nets.
It would not be easy. It's hard, but we're working, and we're going to continue to work till we get this done.
What's the hang-up at this point? What would you say?
Look, we've been talking to the White House all day. We're going back and forth, and it's not easy. We want to make sure this is an agreement worthy of the American people.
Well, complicating matters, 35 House Republicans sent a letter to Speaker McCarthy yesterday with new demands. Take a look. They want to add a new border security measure. They want to repeal funding for a new FBI headquarters and recall proposed IRS funding. Democrats unlikely to back those measures and are doubling down against policy rollbacks and spending cuts.
The idea that the Republicans are holding hostage the entire world economy unless they get what they want has been an outrageous display of extremist politics, and it really is unacceptable.
You live now to New York City here this morning, where Wall Street, they're kind of in a wait-and-see mode right now. Experts warning as we get closer to the default deadline, which is June 1st, borrowing costs could go up and could hurt already shaky markets. We're going to have a closer look at some of the other economic news that could impact markets today, coming up, including the report on inflation. That's the latest from our live center.
Well, we are inside Hereford High School's auditorium. Unbelievable event put on by our students, the Eyes of Freedom. We'll be speaking with two seniors and what this display means to them as they watch veterans break down in tears.
Our temperatures, well, a little chillier. Just took my Superman walk out there. It feels nice this morning. Overall numbers stay into the 50s for the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. 6:08 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Happy Friday, everybody. Looking out right now, our temps are not too bad, a little cool. You can see that sun that is shining brightly like a diamond right there. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Upper 40s in Cockeysville and Towson, 48 in Owens Mills, 45 in Rosedale. Woo! How about lower 50s for you in Dundalk this morning? The Dock, we're looking at temps about 4 to 10 degrees cooler than yesterday at this time. So it will be a little different as you make your way out. If you're out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, get that exercise on. We're talking about temps staying in the 40s and 50s through about 8 a.m. We are on our way to a warmer afternoon for today. We'll take a closer look at that and that chance for rain that is coming in on our holiday weekend. That's in just a little bit, Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. As Memorial Day weekend kicks off, we are honoring those who lost their lives serving our country.
That's right. Tom Rogers joins us live from Hereford High School with how the Eyes of Freedom exhibit is honoring soldiers this morning, this Memorial Day. Good morning, Tom.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor and Megan. I mean, we are actually in the auditorium right now, the Eyes of Freedom here at Hereford High School, free to come out all weekend long. We're going to get to that in a little bit. It's all because of students. The students here at Hereford High School that have put it on. There's a club, and it's called For Our Troops. 2 fallen students in 2005. We'll be speaking with their parents coming up, and I really want to talk about the students that put this on. In fact, right now we have the president and vice president of For Our Troops here at Hereford. We have Sophia Zanata, and we also have Aaliyah Yeager. And both of you, thank you. First of all, I want to say one thing. Congratulations on graduating. But since you graduate and finish classes, you've been really working putting this on.
Yeah, we've actually been here every day since we graduated, so we didn't really get a break. So we knew the commitment coming in, and we knew that we'd have to come back here, and we just wanted to help out the community. So
yeah, just helping out is incredible, being able to do that. A lot of friends are like, all right, we're going to go to the beach. You guys are like, no, there's something really important that we want to do here. We're standing right now on the in the auditorium stage. And so when you think about this, Leah, and the veterans that come through here over the next few days, what does that mean? And did you realize what this is going to be when you heard Eyes of Freedom coming, 4 years ago?
I mean, I think it's definitely just a reflection of the community itself. I think it's symbolizes just like how tight-knit we are, Hereford, just as a community. And I also think it reflects the community of the people surrounding the veterans and like people who serve and the families involved and like have loved ones who serve as well. So I think just in general, you know, we all owe like our freedom to those who serve. And I think this mural, these 11
murals, right?
Yeah, these like pieces of artwork, I think it just depicts that perfectly.
Yeah, Sophie, when we are talking about when we walk through this, we're just showing one part of this. I mean, you have set it up here in the auditorium where you walk through and there's interactions so that veterans actually get to write things down, that you can actually fill out a dog tag and lead it here. When you see that, it makes it kind of a little bit more interaction instead of just looking at pieces of art.
Yeah, definitely. So this is the silent battle, and it's for veteran suicide awareness. So I think it's really important seeing the veterans come in and write down like a loved one's name that they know that served. And I feel it's just like really special for them. Like I can tell when they come in here and just looking around.
Yeah, just incredible. Lee and Sophie, thank you so much for what you're doing. And of course, I know you have a big event coming up here at 8 o'clock outside, so we'll be joining you back out there to watch that. So thank you so much for your sacrifice and your dedication that you've done just to put this event on. And good luck next year at college.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Megan and Taylor, coming up here in just about 8 o'clock, we'll be live, but we'll be speaking with some of the parents who had students that attended Hereford High School that died while in the line of duty. We'll find out exactly what For Our Troops and the students putting it together means to them.
Wow, that exhibit with the dog tags there, Tom, that gave me chills. Obviously meaningful to the students, to the veterans, to the community. Thank you. Well, speaking of Memorial Day, we are expecting this weekend to have some crazy travel numbers here. Still to come, what you need to know before taking on the roads this holiday weekend.
And one more candidate out to the 2024 presidential race. How the polling is holding up so far and what's to come leading up to the race. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We want to take you live to the Bay Bridge here this morning as Memorial Day weekend begins today. This is going to be one of the busiest weekends of the year on Maryland's roadways. 23 specialized trending now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky delivering a surprise commencement address to graduates at Johns Hopkins University.
Yesterday morning, he appeared via live stream to share words of encouragement. Zelensky telling students that time is the most valuable resource they have.
One piece of advice always works. You have to know exactly why you need today and how you want your tomorrows to look like. You have to know this when you are a politician and have to achieve a certain goal for your country. You have to know this when you are a soldier and you have to defend your position so that the whole country is protected. You have to know this when you just have to go through life.
Zelensky was also presented with an honorary Doctor of Humane Letters degree by the university's president. We have a cool morning out there with temperatures in the 70s later on.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how your holiday weekend forecast is going to hold out.
Interactive right here at the Hereford High School display. This is honoring our veterans today as For Our Troops students are setting up outside right now, not only putting magnets where you've served, but also having the veterans share their favorite accomplishments while they serve. Just incredible. You'll be able to see them write it down here and read what they've shared. Coming up right after the break, we're going to be speaking with two Gold Star parents, the whole reason why Hereford High School has For Our Troops and why they've been doing this for 18 years. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Friday, May 26th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get on over to the forecast here for the Memorial Day weekend. Justin Chambers, meteorologist Justin Chambers, take a look at it.
Yeah, good. 19 minutes from 7 o'clock on your Friday morning. What a gorgeous shot over the Inner Harbor. Sun is shining brightly, nice calm conditions. Boaters and watermen, good day to be on the water. A cool morning as we will warm up this afternoon, looking pretty good as well. Look, Carlos the Crab, what do you say? I think we're going to go for a 5. Yeah, we got a happy crab there on your Crabcast for your Friday. As we look outside, we'll see those numbers that will get to about 76 this afternoon, mid-50s tonight, and mid to upper 70s. Very similar conditions on your Saturday. Now, we are tracking some rain for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Taking you live to our nation's capital as the debt ceiling debate continues. But for now, all is quiet. Still to come, why both sides of the aisle claim they are narrowing in on an agreement.
And from Movie Pass to Netflix, changes are afoot. When's the last time you heard of foot? Justin, coming up, I'll tell you about it on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
The city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight. Shannon Lilly joins us live downtown. And Shannon, there's still been some skepticism over this plan.
Yeah, there certainly has been skepticism, Taylor, and a lot of that is stemming from people and even some city council members who just simply think this plan won't work. How it's going to work: if a youth is breaking curfew, they'll be asked to leave, to go home, or they'll be taken by bus to a youth connection center. But here's the thing, that teen can just simply refuse to go. So skeptics say, well, here's all this money and resources that we're putting into something that could potentially just go to waste. And speaking of money, coming up in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to break down the numbers and just how much this plan will cost you, the taxpayer. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. It is 6:45 and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
All right, let's go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for the update for our holiday weekend.
We're coming to me already?
Yes.
I know, that was quick.
Gordon Ramsay tease. That's not until next? Okay.
That's after this.
So I'm off by an element on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Well, enjoy this nice look at Towson while I get the forecast graphics ready. How's that? Are you guys enjoying it? Do you like this shot? Hello? Anybody? Is anybody there? I don't think their microphones are up. They're not letting them talk. They shut you guys out.
They shut us out.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Okay,
It was
cool.
because it was so breathtaking, we just needed to enjoy that moment.
I thought they hit the roads already because they were trying to beat the traffic.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. All right, 6:46 is your time. Yes, overall, good morning to all of you. Looking nice right now with that sun that is out there. Maybe need a light jacket, too. A lot of us, you can see those temperatures on the right side of your screen. Upper 40s and lower 50s, officially 50 in Towson. No wind to speak of at this time. Now, as you rise and shine, next couple of hours, grab some coffee, some donuts, some breakfast, maybe some avocado toast or a waffle. We're looking at 56 through 8 a.m. and right about 60 into that 9 o'clock hour. Notice that sunset. 8:22 p.m. You're definitely noticing those longer daylight hours. At least I am. So if you're hanging out there in the 10 o'clock hour at Penn Station, we're looking at numbers in the mid 60s. And overall this afternoon, we'll slide into the low and mid 70s for your high temperatures. Even at that 4 or 5 o'clock hour for happy hour on a Friday, we're still looking at temps in the mid 70s. Now, some of your pools already may be open. Cannonball! But our splash cast looking like this. We're seeing those numbers in the mid 70s through 2 o'clock this afternoon. I want to let everybody know something serious about being out by the pool. That UV index in that very high category, they call today Don't Fry Day. It's the Friday of Memorial Day weekend because I want to let you know skin cancer, the #1 cancer in the U.S. as people can prevent it. 90% of that can be prevented just by getting the right sunscreen on and make sure you are protected. So especially for you and the kids, got to get back in that mindset of making sure to have that sunblock on and that you stay protected. Even if you're jumping in the pool and it says waterproof, you got to reapply and get that sunblock on so everybody can be nice and safe and enjoy an amazing summer. And look at this weekend. I think it's kind of amazing. I mean, mid to upper 70s is fantastic for Memorial Day weekend. Yes, we have a few showers on Sunday and Monday, but they're just going to be kind of scattered here and there, guys. We're not talking about a lot of rain. We'll warm back up to 81 Monday and then really start heating up as we head toward the middle and end of next week.
That looks pretty good, Justin. And now, as you were mentioning, guess what it's time for? Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars. It kicked off its premiere right here on Fox 45, and to celebrate it, we are giving one very lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Starting Monday, just head to foxbaltimore.com/contest. What you have to do is tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or maybe find a current one that would make Gordon Ramsay proud. The winner will have the opportunity to appear right here on Fox 45 Morning News. So get your business plan together and go watch last night's premiere of Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars.
All right, a reintroduction of a product for movie lovers coming as Netflix is cracking down on password sharing.
We have a lot going on. Mark Clark joining us live in studio this morning with today's trending stories. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. So MoviePass is bringing back its subscription service for fans of the big screen. The service allows users to spend credits at more than 4,000 movie theaters nationwide. Showtimes and demand will impact the credit value for a movie, as weekday showtimes will require less credit than an evening or opening weekend showtime. MoviePass plans range from $10 a month to $40 a month, and the new app is available right now. Now, this comes as Netflix users are canceling accounts after the streaming service began its crackdown on password sharing, baby. Yes, the company is sending out warning messages saying the service is for, quote, you and the people you live with, people, meaning people using the same Wi-Fi network. The crackdown has some voicing their outrage in social media. Many say they've canceled the service, while others are threatening or are going to downgrade their membership. So is it wrong that they want you to pay for their service and not share it with your friends and family in other states?
Sharing is caring, Netflix. Come on.
Can people really be mad? Isn't it like they just got busted out?
If I canceled our Netflix with my wife watching that Queen Charlotte thing.
Oh, it's over for y'all.
And going back to watching Bridgerton, my life would end.
I can understand that.
How many other people in your life would, if you canceled your membership, would also lose their membership?
We have no one.
You're by the book.
We're by the book, yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah. He's a straight shooter. I have
my mouth closed.
3 kids in different states. Wait a minute.
All right, yeah.
Brand backlash as companies face criticism over marketing strategies. We look at the impact of consumer attitudes on business as a whole.
And still to come, you can take a ride in honor of servicemen and women. How you can get involved for this weekend's event with Resistance Cycle.
But first, we're cycling into a weekend.
That's right. Let's rev up with a coffee break.
Way ahead of you.
The search is intensifying for an alleged member of the notorious Blood Street gang, accused of tracking down a man and murdering him in the middle of the neighborhood.
Here's Alexa Ashwell with Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say 3 men were involved in this disturbing crime. One has been identified as this man, Donald Joseph Bloom Jr., or DJ. Investigators say he recorded a woman being raped and even forced her boyfriend to watch after the suspects beat him and stole his car.
March 2023, South Baltimore. A woman runs into the police station and tells officers she's been raped and has just escaped her captors.
There came a point that she realized she could potentially escape.
Her story chilling. The woman, investigators say, taking officers back 3 days to when she admits she and her boyfriend agreed to take part in a shoplifting scheme with 3 other men. She only knows them as DJ, Sonny, and Bubba. Police later identifying DJ as 33-year-old Donald Joseph Bloom Jr.
They went to multiple different venues and participated in shoplifting events.
But after dividing up the proceeds, the woman tells investigators she overhears the 3 men conspiring to turn against the couple and steal her boyfriend's car.
The girlfriend actually overheard this conversation.
Realizing that the conspiracy was taking place, the female who was on scene decided that she was going to do whatever she needed to do to survive.
That meant pretending she and her boyfriend had broken up, investigators say. But her story, not enough.
As soon as the boyfriend came back to the residence, he's attacked.
The men, investigators say, viciously beat up the woman's boyfriend.
The boyfriend was gagged, tied, beat up, and left unconscious.
Their attention then switching to the woman. Investigators say she's forced upstairs, where one of the men begins sexually assaulting her. Even more disturbing, investigators say the suspects then drag the boyfriend to the upper floor, where he's forced to watch the rape while DJ records it.
Individual identified as DJ in this case, believed to be Mr. Bloom, video recorded the victim being sexually assaulted while being forced to witness this crime take place. DJ and one of the other co-conspirators continued to assault the male victim. In fact, it is alleged that DJ allegedly cut the victim's feet before again assaulting him.
The suspects, investigators say, then kidnapped the woman in her boyfriend's car, forcing her to drive to other locations to continue the original shoplifting scheme.
They carried out their conspiracy. They took the female victim and they went out onto the town to continue their crime spree.
Finally, while stopped at a gas station, investigators say the woman saw an opportunity to escape and drove straight to police.
And as soon as the 3 other male subjects got out of the car, she immediately fled the scene.
The woman's boyfriend, investigators say, manages to free himself and also get help. As for the suspects, all 3 men were gone.
Not only is Bloom on the run, but there's 2 further unidentified male subjects that are out there.
Investigators say DJ Bloom is wanted for crimes in Loudoun, Virginia, and is also known to frequent South Baltimore's Brooklyn Park, Pasadena, and parts of Pennsylvania. The U.S. Marshal Service now joining the search for him as investigators work to identify the other 2 suspects known as Sonny and Bubba. 3 men accused in a brutal beating and rape still roaming the streets.
Any individual who would either participate in a rape or be there and videotape is obviously dangerous and not in the right mind. Individuals like this need to be taken off the street.
Take a good look. Bloom stands at about 6 foot and weighs approximately 160 pounds. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts or any information on the identities of the other 2 suspects, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
The city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight. Just ahead, why there's still skepticism over the plan and just how much it'll cost you.
The bus is here at Hereford High School dropping off the students, and it's all for a big event that's coming up in just a few minutes. We shall never forget the message. And let me just introduce you to one person and why I love this community so much. Hanging out right here with my son, Justin. He's about to go in, too, and we're about to talk a little bit more about this ceremony that's going to be happening right behind us here at Hereford High School. You got to get to class. We'll be back.
Yeah, but that's the other Justin, right? Because Tom and me, I'm his Justin too, in a kind of a bromance way. We will take a look at our temperatures that are looking good today for your Memorial Day weekend. Roll it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. We have a lot going on for you here this hour. It's Friday, May 26th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and we're romancing you into the weekend.
There you go. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. A little jealous of the other Justin.
I mean, he talks about him all the time, and I'm like...
It's all his time, I'm sure.
I know, and I'm like, I'm right here, like, hello. And of course, obviously, we love Justin, and I love this Justin, too. I hope you guys like this Justin. Do you like this Justin okay?
Of course.
This Justin's pretty cool.
Hey, this Justin... As we look out over the Inner Harbor, clear skies, beautiful, calm conditions. Boaters and watermen, ahoy! On your captain's cast, great day to get out there on the boats. Maybe this is the first weekend you're getting the boat in the water. We're looking at numbers at 60 degrees at 9 a.m., but lower 70s through noon. Not much wind out there. Northeast about 5 to 10 knots and waves about a foot or less. That high tide of the Patapsco coming in at 12:26 for Fort McHenry this afternoon. 76 for our high today, so temperatures still below average, but a bit warmer than yesterday. Plenty of time to get outside because look at that sunset, 8:22 tonight. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Taylor?
All right, now to Glenn Stiller Traffic Network. No major incidents to report. I mean, everything's in the green, which is going to be a miracle for you if you're traveling today. So get out there earlier. Your drive times on the JFX looking all good. It could take you about 9 minutes to get to the top of the JFX down to President Street.
Well, we want to turn now to a city in crisis. Happening today, the city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight, but skepticism is still swirling over the plan.
Shannon Lilly joins us live to explain how it's going to work and how much it's going to cost taxpayers.
Yeah, the cost to taxpayers, Taylor and Megan, is one of the biggest concerns that people had that we spoke to, and we're going to get more to that in just a minute. But it's certainly not the only concern. In fact, some city council members just think this plan simply will not work. So let's break down the plan for you. Take a look right here at your screen. When this curfew goes into effect tonight, those under 14 need to be off the streets by 9 p.m. And youth from 14 to 17 can stay out until 11 p.m. since it's a weekend, but 10 p.m. on the weekdays. Now, youth will be asked to leave on their own, or they'll be taken by bus to a youth connection center. And the city is going to supply food and games in an attempt to locate their parents at that center. But here's the thing, the youth can simply just refuse to go.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
Now, we reached out to the mayor's office to find out the total cost of all of this associated with the youth connection centers and the buses that's going to transport them. And according to the mayor's office, the summer youth engagement strategy as a whole has a budgeted price tag of $1,892. But keep in mind that does include music and art festivals, sports and cookouts, so it's the plan as a whole. But we did talk to David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. He says the city is really taking a big chance here.
Here's the problem, is that these centers may staff up. They may have a lot of food allocated, which is going to cost money. And if the kids don't agree to go to the centers, this is food and money that could go to waste. There is no guarantee that these services will be utilized, yet the city is going to be paying for the services.
So we'll just have to see. But also as part of this plan, we know that some officers and social workers will be out at the locations where kids typically are. So Federal Hill, Fells Point, and the Inner Harbor. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The start of the youth curfew comes as Fox 45 remembers the lives lost of Baltimore's youngest.
Yesterday, Baltimore City Public Schools hosted a Peace and Remembrance Day ceremony to honor the 19 students who were killed by gun violence within this past year. The youngest victim, just 8 years old.
That event taking place outside of the city school board with students, staff, and family members in attendance. Baltimore City Public Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises and Deputy Mayor Dr. Letitia Draza, they were among those to speak at the event.
These young people individually represented potential
They represented different gifts and talents and personalities. They are not just numbers.
That means 19 children didn't show up for dinner last night. 19 children won't get the chance to close out the school year with their classmates this year.
Baltimore police need your help identifying a woman allegedly involved in a deadly stabbing. In this video here, take a look from Baltimore police. What you're going to see here is the woman there. Let's see if we can get more of this story here for you. We know that detectives are asking for information at 410-396-2100 if you have any information on this. Again, let's see if we can get some more information here for you. This is a stabbing that happened just after midnight Monday in the 4400 block of Park Heights Avenue.
All right, police are also searching for a missing woman last seen at the Inner Harbor carrying a small white dog. Contave Lavray was reported missing from the 200 block of Light Street on Tuesday. She was last seen wearing a black hoodie and blue jeans. If you have any information about her whereabouts, give police a call. This is her picture right here on the screen.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, dirt bikes and ATVs are back, bringing a familiar sound of summer as police share success on a crackdown.
But residents of one Baltimore community say they aren't seeing those effects.
In Pigtown, residents have complained for months about the illegal dirt bikers racing through the community. They were stunned this week when city police announced a crackdown on illegal dirt bikes.
Political analyst John Deedy suspects the mayor's recent attack on quality of life crimes like illegal dirt bike riding and squeegeeing could have a lot to do with voters and the upcoming campaign season.
Things can be awful for 3 years, but in the election year, if people feel better, they will have amnesia about the previous 3 years because they will look and see how are things at the moment. And that's how voters will think.
And Deedy says that even if these efforts prove unsuccessful, it is often the appearance of action that gets voters' attention.
All right, continuing coverage this morning, the Maryland State Supreme Court has put the reinstatement of Nad Sayed's murder conviction on hold while it reviews the case after Hayman Lee's family successfully argued their victims' rights were violated. That order cites that Lee's family did not object while awaiting final rulings by the state's highest court on the decision to set him free. It also says Sayed has been caring for his elderly parents. His father suffers from dementia, and his mother was diagnosed with leukemia.
From our live center now this morning, we want to take you live to our nation's capital here where things are quiet this morning. Lawmakers are in recess until Tuesday for the holiday weekend. So even if House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the White House reach a deal on the debt ceiling deadline, which is June 1st, the earliest that we would see a debate and vote in the House is next week. White House officials and Republican negotiators say they are narrowing in on an agreement that would raise the debt limit and cap federal funding through next year's election. But both sides remain far apart on issues like work requirements for food stamp benefits and other social safety nets.
It would not be easy. It's hard, but we're working, and we're going to continue to work till we get this done.
What's the hang up at this point? What would you say?
Look, we've been talking to the White House all day. We're going back and forth, and it's not easy. We want to make sure this is an agreement worthy of the American people.
Well, complicating matters, 35 House Republicans sending a letter to Speaker McCarthy yesterday with new demands. They want to add a new border security measure, repeal funding for a new FBI headquarters, and recall proposed IRS funding. Democrats are unlikely to back those measures and are doubling down against policy rollbacks and spending cuts.
The idea that the Republicans are holding hostage the entire world economy unless they get what they want has been an outrageous display of extremist politics, and it really is unacceptable.
Taking you live now to New York City here this morning, where we know Wall Street is kind of in a wait-and-see mode right now. Experts warn as we get closer to that default deadline, borrowing costs could go up and could hurt already shaky markets. We're going to have a closer look at some of the other economic news that could impact markets today, including an upcoming report on inflation. That's the latest from our live center.
7:08 is your time right now. Our temperatures are a little cooler here this morning than where we were yesterday at this time. In fact, you can see as we look outside from our Towson camera, plenty of sunshine. Overall, a very pretty and nice spring morning. How about 48 in Cogginsville, 45 in Bel Air, a little chilly for you there up there in Harford County. We're at 56 in Dundalk, 53 your temp in Brooklyn Park, and numbers about 4 or 5 degrees cooler than where we were just 24 hours ago. So just be aware of that as you continue to rise and shine with us and continue that breakfast, maybe thinking about brunch already on a Friday. How about 65 by 10 a.m.? We'll top out in the mid-70s today, which is still below average for this time of year, but overall those numbers a couple degrees warmer than what we saw yesterday. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that. We'll talk about that potential for rain and how it could impact some of your holiday weekend plans coming up.
And as Memorial Day weekend kicks off, we are honoring those who lost their lives serving our country.
That's right. We have Tom Rogers joining us live from Hereford High School with how the Eyes of Freedom exhibit is honoring soldiers this Memorial Day. And Tom, you're meeting some very special students.
Yeah, great students right here. We have some juniors joining me from Hereford High School. These are the guys that set it up. They've been doing it now. Because of COVID, we have not been able to show this since 2019. That was the last time they were able to hold this. So the juniors, the sophomores and freshmen have never seen this, but they're participating in this event, and they put it all together because they're part of the For Our Troops Club, honoring 2 students who were killed in action from Hereford back in 2005. It started 18 years ago. Just incredible what they're doing. So joining me right now, though, we have Anna Kurtz and Molly Craig. They're the juniors here with FOT. We've got students getting off the school bus. You've been working on this event now for a few days. I mean, it started a year ago, but really you've been putting in the work now for the last couple of days. Now the students are coming. What are you excited about this morning?
I'm so excited about having the breakfast with everybody and kind of having a whole community come together.
Yeah. And then Molly, for you, I mean, the first time being able to participate in this, did you think it was going to be this big of a deal?
I never would have imagined this much, everything, and I'm just very excited for everyone to experience and see this and know what we stand for and who we honor.
Yeah, so we get to see some veterans that will be coming out here. You get to meet them. Now, add in the Eyes of Freedom, though, and what's going on in the auditorium. Can you tell our viewers exactly what that looks like when they come and what they see and how big of an event that is?
Yeah, so when you walk in, there's these huge paintings with boots of these soldiers who sacrificed their lives for us, as well as the statue in the middle with a bunch of tags from the soldiers' uniforms. And when I first saw it, I almost cried. It was beautiful. It was amazing. Yeah. It's stunning. It was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible, Molly. So Anna, when you started thinking about this, okay, you said Molly brought you in on this.
Yeah.
When she first told you, hey, you should be part of this club, the For Our Troops Club, what did you think?
Well, at first I was thinking, okay, this sounds like a cool club to do after school maybe. It probably is just like any other club, not huge events. I don't really have to participate. But this event is truly like amazing. Yeah. I think that no other club does it like For Our Troops.
Well, great. Anna and Molly, thank you so much. At 8 o'clock, we'll be taking this entire presentation, all your hard work, and everybody in your club coming together here, and we'll be taking that live throughout the morning. So thank you very much for what you do. And look, education outside, right? And you'll always remember this.
Yeah, right.
Thank you very much. What a great way to spend the Memorial Day weekend. Thank you so much for coming out. All right, so Megan and Taylor, yeah, just incredible. Being able to see the students, their participation, never forget this. A lot of high schools don't do this. We will have another high school joining us here. Also, Woodlawn High School will be coming up here to help join in the service, so that will be exciting to see, too.
A lot of work went into this. It's
really
going to be special.
To bring it all back to why we have this weekend. Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Brand backlash as companies face criticism over marketing strategies. We look at the impact of consumer attitudes on business as a whole.
And one of the busiest travel weekends is here. What you need to know about traffic on the Bay Bridge before you head down to the beach. Time now 7:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In today's Assignment America, Bud Light, Target, and North Face are now facing major backlash over their recent marketing practices.
As some companies feature inclusive LGBTQ marketing and gender themes, others have said the brands go too far in pushing a political agenda.
Didi Gatton with the National Desk joins us with both sides of the debate and how it's impacting businesses.
Ahead of Pride Month, we've just learned Target is pulling some items from its stores after backlash over its Pride Month collection. As some companies see hits to their business for their marketing strategies, others say LGBTQ people are being attacked in a divided America.
I got some Bud Lights for us.
From Bud Light's partnership with a transgender influencer to Pride merchandise at Target, we're hearing of more companies facing controversy, not just for products, but for who and what is featured in their campaigns.
Leaders and leadership teams can go ahead and roll out whatever strategies they want to that caters to any demographic or psychographic platform and or group of people that they want. But they also have to remember that the consumers or the stakeholders in the court of public opinion, those people in the marketplace have the right to vote with their feet and their pocketbook, and they are.
Some have said they believe brands are connecting their products to political beliefs. In a statement, the Moms for America CEO said in part, sexualized marketing targets children and pushes radical far-left propaganda on them. At the same time, organizations like GLAAD said the threats Target received, quote, should be a wake-up call for consumers and is a reminder that LGBTQ people, venues, and events are being attacked with threats and violence like never before. Despite a recent statement by Target saying they've been offering products to celebrate Pride Month for more than a decade, the quick spread of information through social media has allowed consumers to react quickly, according to experts. From a business perspective, they point to company boycotts and loss in revenue. Bud Light's parent company said earlier this month it will triple its marketing spending this summer in the U.S. as it attempts to boost sales that dipped after its brand partnership.
Reducing a little bit of risk is good, and in fact, that's how innovation happens. And so they're going to continue to innovate. They're going to continue to find new and interesting markets and avenues to try and promote their products. But they also have to be aware that if you stumble, that those stumbles do have a price.
A Bentley Gallup Force for Good study found millennial and Gen Z Americans expect more from businesses regarding social and environmental responsibility than older Americans. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Didi Gatton.
All right, Didi, thank you. Let's go ahead and get a check of our forecast here as we head into a holiday weekend.
Yep, let's check with meteorologist Justin Chambers. So we're looking at a good holiday weekend in store.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're talking about temperatures in the 70s. Overall, not too bad at all. We'll warm up next week, and we do have some rain that we have to contend with as we get into Sunday and Monday. We'll talk about that here in a second. Beautiful shot from our live camera. You can see Camden Yards in the bottom right corner of your screen as the O's are back in town tonight, coming off that series win against the Yankees in the Bronx. Man, I'm telling you, they are a good baseball team. There is no doubt anymore. It's not like, oh, maybe we're just on a rebound. No. The second best record in the majors, and it's been that way for a while. So we like that. All right, lower 50s, beep, beep, as the kids get out to the bus stop. Maybe just a half day today. Maybe kids already thinking about summer break. I know teachers are. 72 by noontime and mid-70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, a mild afternoon. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's excited that the Oriole bird will be hanging out. Patterson Park tomorrow. They're doing a big old kind of O's celebration there. I believe it's from 11 to 7, so it should be a lot of fun to see some of the cool stuff. I think they have some of that new City Connect merch as well available. I can't believe I just said merch. I don't like when people say that. I should have just said shirts and stuff, but whatever. I guess I'm trying to be hip. All right, 78 for your high. That's typically where we are this time of year. Low to mid 70s across central Maryland. 72 in Annapolis for graduation day. Here's your O's cast. Ow. That back still hurts after all those swings yesterday. Rangers are in town tonight, 7:05, and then we've got 2 afternoon games, both tomorrow and on Sunday, and even Monday, too, for Memorial Day. But great baseball weather tonight, 73 for that first pitch, even into the upper 60s as you leave the ballpark. Heading down the ocean this weekend, we're going to keep those temps in the lower 60s at Ocean City. Great day today and tomorrow. Sunday does bring at least a chance for a few showers. Now, let me show you that real quick on our future scan. Everything looking good today and tomorrow with no rain in sight. We're sneaking kicking in from the south, this next weather maker. It's going to bring a few showers coming by Sunday late morning, and then through the middle of the afternoon is when some of that rain will move from the ocean to our area here in Baltimore, and a couple of leftover showers on Monday as well. But it's not a lot of rain, so that's good news. Shout out to Riley. That is Riley the doggy right there from Paul K. Paul, thank you so much for sending that picture in. I love getting your pet pics as always. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, let's roll that beautiful bean footage and talk about our 7-day forecast with 70s through the weekend. Lower 80s on Memorial Day with, again, a little bit of that rain hanging around, but we're drier and warmer and even hotter later into next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars kicked off its premiere right here on Fox 45. And to celebrate it, we are giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams.
Starting Monday, head to foxbaltimore.com/contest and tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or fund a current one that would make Gordon Ramsay proud. Now, the winner is going to have the opportunity to come right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
So get your business plan together and go watch last night's premiere of Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars. Good luck.
And while you're at it, grab your popcorn and silence your cell phones because we are taking you to the movies. The useful tool that is helping some moviegoers see the films and save some cash while doing it.
And we're here at Resistance Cycle in Harbor East this morning where they have a lot happening for Memorial Day weekend, all for a good cause. We'll find out more about that and how you can join the fun in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Ride for 50 minutes in honor of servicemen and women.
Resistance Cycle is hosting a Memorial Day fundraiser, and they're inviting you to come out and join them. Amy Aronson is live there at the Inner Harbor East with more on what they're doing. Good morning, Amy.
Yeah, why not work out this holiday weekend and have fun while doing it, all for a good cause. I'm here with Kelly Berger at Resistance Cycle this morning. You all have a full lineup of classes to get you through the holiday weekend. So if you're staying in town and need something to do, you guys have us covered, right?
Yes, we have 3 rides today, 2 rides tomorrow, 1 ride on Sunday, and then 1 major ride on Monday, which we're calling push 50 for the fallen. And we're trying to remember what Memorial Day is really all about. You know, it's the start of summer, but it means something more.
Yes, exactly. And the proceeds that are raised are actually going back to a good cause and a very appropriate one this weekend. So where is all the money going back towards?
Yeah, we decided we wanted to do something more. So hits close to us with my boyfriend serving in the Army and having 2 tours overseas. We just decided we want to support EOD Foundation, and that's part of what he does. And so it meant something to us. There was meaning behind it, and we said, let's donate. So anybody that wants to donate, they can donate $20 or more or less, whatever you can donate, and 100% of what we make this weekend on those donations goes back to that foundation.
That is awesome. And you've got your lineup, so people can pick and choose what time they want to come, what class they want to take. I know we can hear there's a cycling class happening right now. Coming up during the 8 o'clock hour, you're teaching a class. You're also going to chat with us then, but we'll take people inside to show them what they're up against if they come out, because they're going to work for it.
Exactly. We are going to sweat. We're going to remember what they do over there every single day, and we're going to do it for them, and we're going to get a good workout in.
Okay, perfect way to spend the holiday weekend, right?
Absolutely.
If you want more information on coming out this weekend here at Resistance Cycle, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you can get all the details there. Guys, every time I'm here, I'm like, we got to do a group outing. We got to come to Resistance Cycle. We got to get it planned. We got to put it on the books. It would be fun.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm totally down.
Amy, thank you. I think Justin's in too. Well, sunny and warm this afternoon, but will your cookout be rained out on Monday? Meteorologist Justin Chambers, Speak of the Devil, breaking it all down ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Beautiful weather out here for this morning's ceremony that's starting right here at Hereford High School, 8 o'clock. In fact, Woodlawn's ROTC, they're getting ready to present the colors before 2 choirs will join us. We'll take that presentation here in just a little bit. But before that, we're going to talk to some of the students and what this means for them as we honor the fallen heroes here. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, May 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and we're looking ahead to a beautiful holiday weekend.
Yes, we've made it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with all the details.
Yeah, just did our 7:30 stretch. Still trying to work out the kinks from all of that batting I did yesterday.
You did great.
I got a blister. That's how good I did, I guess. I don't know if I did great.
Tried.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you. A for effort. Let's take a look outside right now. My Charm City tank shots. My Charm City tanks. Good morning. Looking good. I love those things. They're so fun, right? The flag, the horse, the crab. That's what we do. All right, here's a look at our yard and gardening catch. If you do want to get out there and get some yard work done before you enjoy your weekend, we're talking about mid-70s here through about 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Overall, a high of 76 today. We'll be a couple degrees warmer than yesterday and plenty of sunshine. A real nice day today. Now, tomorrow, not too bad either. We'll see those numbers that will be a little warmer. We are tracking some more rain by the time we get to the second half of the weekend and even into Memorial Day. So it's not much, but it's enough where I need to at least let you know where some of that rain could impact you. We'll do that in my full weather authority forecast, I'd say in about 15 minutes or so from right now. Meg?
That sounds great. Justin, thank you. Our Len Stoller traffic network showing no major incidents or delays in our region. Perfect morning out there. We've got a live look over the 95-895 split here. Cars moving along without issue. We want to take you live now to the Bay Bridge, where there could be issues later this morning. In just a few hours, we are expecting to see traffic building.
We've got a live team coverage this morning for you all morning for Memorial Day weekend as the events get underway, travel gets underway. In just a few minutes, Tom Rogers will join us live from Hereford High School with a preview of the Memorial Day salute happening just later this morning in the next 30 minutes.
But first, we start with Shannon Lilly. She is live from downtown with a look at what you need to know before hitting the roads here today. Shannon.
Yeah, Megan, we just expect traffic to continue to pick up. You're going to see more cars on the road. You're also going to see more officers out patrolling these streets. And like I mentioned, it is supposed to be a busy one. AAA expecting this to be the 4th busiest Memorial Day weekend for travel in our area since 2000. So for those of you that are heading out to the beach, we do want to pull up some video here of that iconic Bay Bridge, the gateway to the Eastern Shore. Well, some 325,000 drivers are expected to cross it this holiday weekend. So if you are one of them, look up. You're going to notice some changes there. The automated lane closure system on the Bay Bridge will now be active on both sides of the bridge. So you'll see those lane signals up ahead to let you know if a lane is open or closed. Of course, red means the lane is closed, and police will be monitoring to enforce that. They say there have already been some minor crashes involving people distracted, not paying attention to the new system, so be alert.
They are new devices, but it's not new to folks to understand that when lanes are closed, you don't belong in those lanes. Those signals are big. They're pretty obvious. It's really paying attention being that driver.
And of course, everyone wants to know what's the best time to travel across this bridge. Well, take a look right here. Police say your best bet is to come early and stay late. So before 8 a.m. or after 10 p.m. Otherwise, you can probably expect some traffic. But remember, safety is your top priority as this weekend marks a potentially deadly one on our roadways.
The summer months play host to not one, but 3 U.S. holidays. Memorial Day, Independence Day, and Labor Day, where on average 40% of U.S. traffic deaths involve alcohol-impaired drivers on roadways with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08 or higher.
So police say you should absolutely report drunk drivers on the roadway. If you encounter them, you can simply call 911. And of course, if you have been drinking, just don't get behind the wheel. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, now we continue our coverage now at Hereford High School.
We have Tom Rogers joining us live from Hereford High School with how the Eyes of Freedom exhibit is honoring soldiers this Memorial Day. Tom, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Megan and Taylor. Having a great time out here. Beautiful weather, perfect time for honoring those. And really, it's all about the students. And they're the ones that have set up an event that happens here at Hereford High School. It's been delayed since 2019 because of COVID. So a lot of the kids that are actually setting this up, that are starting to do it, have never experienced it before, so they're getting to experience it right now. In fact, we're speaking with 2 seniors. They finished school a couple of weeks ago, the 19th, but yet they've been working on this ever since. So we've got, right now we have Spencer here, and we have Sarah and we have Brooke and Spencer Baker and Brooke, Sarah T here. Thank you so much for doing this. Seniors here at Hereford High School. Right now we've got a kind of a walkthrough of the program. Tell us a little bit, Brooke, about what this today means for you, and then also having the Eyes of Freedom join us.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing having this huge memorial here, especially since we've never done it before, and there's already been a lot of people who have showed up, so it's very important for us to have this here today.
All right, so Spencer, let's talk about this. Senior, right? Yeah. I mean, you're done with school here, and now you're still been working to put this together. It's happening in just about a half hour. We'll have a lot of people. Have you been able to talk with any veterans?
I haven't really been able to talk with any veterans, but the Anderson-Snyder family, those two families, I thought their stories were really powerful, and just seeing them speak and on the news the other day, that story really, it kind of shows what the event really means, the bigger picture, because you come out here and like your free time or after work, and you don't always want to, like, I was up early, but like those stories are what kind of really makes it mean something.
Yeah, the whole reason why we have 4 troops here at Hereford High School is because of those 2 students that were killed in action after they graduated from Hereford. So let's find out a little bit more about what's coming up. What are you looking forward to the most here when you start thinking about the ceremony, and especially Eyes of Freedom that's inside? Have you been able to look at and tour that at all?
Yes, I was actually working it yesterday. I got to talk to a couple veterans, actually, and I think that's what I look forward to most, especially since I have had family members and coaches who have been like in the Marines and involved in the military. So I think getting to hear their stories and their real world experiences is my favorite part.
Brooke and Spencer, thank you so much. We really look forward to what you've been able to do and all the work behind the scenes. It's going to come into fruition here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again. And I know you still have some other things that you'd be helping out. So thank you again for joining us. Yeah, Eyes of Freedom in the auditorium. You can see 3:30 to 8 tonight, 10 to 6. Also tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So just an event that we're going to be taking some of this event coming up here live in just a little bit. Megan and Taylor, back to you.
I can't wait to see that.
Good to see it live here on air. Special for us.
Tom, thank you so much.
All right, the mayor's youth curfew goes into effect tonight despite growing skepticism over whether the city can truly enforce it. How your taxpayers' dollars are also being spent to keep kids safe.
And we are less than an hour away from today's consumer spending report. What the numbers mean for your wallet as the debt ceiling debate continues on Capitol Hill.
And temperatures in the 70s this weekend, but will it get warmer next week? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking those warmer temperatures in his full weather authority forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Turning now to counties under pressure. Officials have charged two 12-year-old boys related to a robbery in Glen Burnie that happened on Wednesday. Police believe the victim, who was also 12, was riding his bike on the B&A Railroad Museum when he was a rail trail, when he was approached by the suspects. The suspects allegedly assaulted the victim and threatened him with a knife before robbing him and fleeing the scene. Police confronted one of the suspects and they were able to return the victim's property. Again, that happening on the trail there.
From the Live Center, we're taking you live to New York City, where debt ceiling talks are front and center on Wall Street this morning. The weekend is looming, but we're also standing by for a new report on consumer spending, income, and inflation in America. Now, of the two reports we get each month, this morning's personal consumption expenditures are what the Fed is looking at the closest to predict inflation. Economists are predicting core inflation will be up 4.6% year over year. Now, core inflation measures everything except for food and fuel, which tend to have the highest swings in prices. But 4.6% would be the same reading we saw for March, which is a tenth of a point below February. This means there could be a sign that recent inflation declines are starting to stall. That could lead the Fed to consider yet another interest rate hike at its next meeting, something Chairman Jerome Powell has not ruled out. And if you are in the market for a new home, mortgage rates just jumped again. Freddie Mac puts the average rate on a 30-year home loan at 6.57% this morning. Now, that is up from last week, being the highest in the last 2 months. That puts the average monthly mortgage payment right now at a record high of $2,600 a month. This is according to Redfin. But for home buyers still on the hunt, it could mean a better deal on the price. So we're going to look out for those reports to drop later this morning. We'll bring you the numbers here from the Live Center. That's the latest right now from the Live Center. Megan?
Thanks, Taylor. New developments this morning in the Adnan Syed case, why Maryland Supreme Court is putting his conviction on hold. And the FDA voting to support the approval of an over-the-counter pill that would help millions of women nationwide. We're going to see when we can see it hit the pharmacy shelves and the long-term risks associated with it. 7:42 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
Women already face so many barriers to controlling their reproductive lives and futures. So we have to be doing everything possible that we can to make it easier to access and afford birth control.
For the first time ever in the United States, birth control might soon be available over the counter. This morning, Dr. Jessica Lee, an obstetrician and gynecologist at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, is joining us live to weigh in on the FDA's consideration of the pill. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
So let's start at the beginning. Where do things stand right now?
So right now, the FDA advisors have unanimously supported the over-the-counter birth control pill. My understanding is a final decision will be made this summer on whether that will move forward. But we've had much evidence that this is a safe pill. It's a pill that many people desire to access without having the barrier of a prescription or a doctor's visit, getting childcare or job coverage to do so. So it's a very exciting time for reproductive health.
Dr. Lee, who would be able to purchase it? Are there any stipulations on that?
There should be no stipulations other than what's already in place for over-the-counter medication, period. In general, this is something that would be very easy to access. We know that people are able to decide if that medication is safe for them in an over-the-counter manner. Just like if you or I were to buy Tylenol, we can read the bottle, we can figure out if it's safe for us. So birth control is definitely in that category.
I think, initially many women are going to be excited that they have this opportunity and kind of by step not going to their doctor. But I want to ask you, thinking devil's advocate, are there any long-term complications or implications with taking the birth control, especially seeing that younger women might be using it more often?
Yes, definitely. We're excited that younger people can access birth control more easily. They're historically a group of people that can't make it to the doctor as easily or maybe a little bit more scared of the healthcare system. But in general, there's really no long-term health effects from the progestin-only pill, which is the birth control that's going to be approved for over-the-counter use.
Right.
It's the safest out of all birth control pills, so I really don't see any downsides.
There are some side effects that the pill can, give to women. Is there going to be a pharmacist that can provide that information to these young girls? I think you want to make sure that they're informed before they start taking something.
Absolutely. Again, with just something like Tylenol, there'll be a lot of information on the bottle, I'm guessing, of this over-the-counter option, but pharmacists are always available to answer those kind of questions and are a great resource for our patients.
And you were mentioning this could be happening as early as this summer. Things look like it's moving forward.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I'm not intimately involved in the FDA, but my understanding is everyone supported this decision, and it's actually a pill that's available in many developed countries already.
All right. Dr. Lee, thank you so much for shedding light on how it would work and who it would be for. We appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
All right, 7:48 here this morning now, and we want to get a check of your forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us heading into a holiday weekend, Justin.
Yeah, exactly right, Megan. Overall, it's been a very nice morning so far. Our temperatures will continue to be nice as we head toward the afternoon, even a little bit warmer, but plenty of sunshine right now in Towson and basically all over Central Maryland. Big day in Annapolis with the graduation coming shortly. The Blue Angels flyover, beautiful blue skies, Kavu Day, as Uncle Earl likes to say. Mid-50s here through 8 a.m. and into the noon hour, we'll see those temperatures in the lower 70s. So a good day to have lunch outdoors, maybe on the water or just on your back deck. And numbers will slide into the mid-70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Time for your splash cast right here as we jump in the pool. Marco. Hello. Marco. Hello. So Alyssa sent that in as an idea for a sound effect, that I could interchange with the other ones. So anyway, thanks, Alyssa, for that. 65 by 10 a.m. in the mid-70s through the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. If your kids don't know what Marco Polo is, teach them. Come on, it was a great game. All right, VFR all day. Great looking day for you pilots. Visual flight rules. And again, very nice afternoon. Should be up there flying around Martin State. So if you see me up there, wave high in the sky. Low to mid-70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those low to mid 70s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And those numbers are looking good for firing up that grill, not only tonight, but into the weekend. We do have some rain coming. Let me show you real quick. Our future scan is dry today and tomorrow. You'll get a little bit more cloud cover on Saturday, but the rain, it doesn't move in until Sunday morning. Some of you on the eastern shore will see a few showers, but this is 11 a.m. And then as we take you about 2, 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, that's when a couple of scattered showers will be with us, but we're not looking for a lot of rain, which is good news. So keeping the 70s through Sunday, 80s on Monday, and then heating up next week.
In our 9 o'clock hour, make way for comedy royalty. We're going to speak to one of the members of Hollywood's funniest families about his comedy shows here in Baltimore this weekend.
And Netflix and chill could be a thing of the past following the company's password crackdown. How subscribers are fighting back against the recent policy change.
And you know what policy we should not change in the morning?
What's that?
Oh, coffee. First thing.
For sure. Let's take a coffee break.
All right, the reintroduction of a product for movie lovers comes as Netflix is cracking down on password sharing.
We have the one and only Mark Clark joining us live in studio with today's trending stories. What do you got, Mark?
Well, MoviePass is bringing back its subscription service for fans of the big screen. Good news, okay? Service allows users to spend credits at more than 4,000 movie theaters nationwide. Showtimes and demand will impact the credit value for a movie, as weekday showtimes will require less credits than an evening or opening weekend showtime. MoviePass plans range from $10 a month to $40 a month, and the new app is available now. Okay, here we go. This comes as Netflix users are canceling accounts all across the country. The streaming service began cracking down on password sharing. The company is sending out warning messages saying the service is for, quote, you and the people you live with, meaning people using the same Wi-Fi network. Not your auntie in Chicago, not your uncle in L.A., okay? People on social media, they're mad, though, because they're getting busted out. People are upset. I have a feeling, when I look at you, I think Taylor is someone who shares their password. I think Justin does not, and I think Megan also is a password sharing person. I'm saying that I'm exposing all the guys, and I too am one of those people who shares. And so all my ex-girlfriends have to give back the passcodes, and also my friends in Hawaii.
Let me ask you this. You've got 2 daughters, college age. Would that be password sharing with your kids who are away at school?
Well, I think I'm guilty because they always ask me, Daddy, what's the password?
See? I feel like that would be legit.
Well, like Apple has family sharing where you can share your Apple TV Plus. I share it with my mother-in-law.
I share with my family too, and we don't live in the same home. I feel like it's unfair.
Gets to what Mark just said. Your auntie, your
family is kind of loose, I guess I'm saying.
The Netflix police have arrived. It's over, people. If you're not sharing the same Wi-Fi, you got to get your own passcode. Okay?
Wow. All right.
Interesting stuff.
We'll see if they catch us.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
We're out now.
All right, 7:56 is your time right now. Our Fox 45 morning news rolling on. Man, that is just lovely. Enjoy this beautiful serenity and peace at the ocean. Thomas?
How are you? Oh, unbelievable. We've got choirs signing up. We've got student bodies out here at Hereford High School, and it's all for Memorial Day. We've got the Eyes of Freedom in the auditorium, but just coming up in just a couple minutes, we're going to have a ceremony. Students here haven't seen this since 2019, all to honor our fallen heroes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
I'm going to take you taking you out live this morning to Hereford High School, where
In just a few minutes, the Memorial Day salute will happen for the Eyes
of Freedom exhibit. We're going to be listening in as it starts, and then once it is completed, Tom Rogers will be joining us live. He's been out there all morning long with the school recap there. He's been talking to students and family members who have been impacted. We're looking forward to this getting underway here momentarily. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Friday, May 26th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and we're starting off your holiday weekend on a good foot. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, we're looking at the Friday forecast for us.
Yeah, a little warmer today than it was yesterday, ladies. We're still talking about 70s, plenty of sunshine,
Perfect.
not much to get in our way. Now, we do have some rain for part of our weekend that we do have to talk about, at least let you know how it's going to be impacting you. But a gorgeous shot here of my Charm City tanks. You can see 95 buzzing along right there, and the Patapsco also looking good at this hour. Now, a cooler morning is going to lead to a warmer afternoon, and we are tracking some weekend showers. So as you boaters and watermen get out there on the boats here, maybe this is the weekend you're debuting or getting that boat on the water for the first time, we're talking about a good day. Northeast wind about 5 to 10 knots, 60s next hour, and 70s through noontime. That high tide coming just after noon in the Fort McHenry area. So here's a look at your yard and gardening cast. Good day to get out there too, with mid 70s on the way through the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Happening today, the city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight, but there's still some skepticism about the plan.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joining us live to explain how it will work and the cost to taxpayers. Shannon.
Yeah, and the cost to taxpayers, Megan and Taylor, is one of the biggest concerns that people we spoke to have. We're going to get more to that in just a minute, but it's not the only concern. In fact, there are several city council members who are concerned that this plan just simply will not work. So let's break down the plan right here for you. Take a look here on your screen. When the curfew takes effect tonight, those under 14 need to be off the streets by 9 p.m. and youth from 14 to 16 can stay out until 11 p.m. since it's a weekend, but 10 p.m. on the other days. And at that time, youth will be asked to leave on their own, or they'll be taken by a bus to a youth connection center. That's where the city will supply food and games and attempt to locate their parents. But here's the thing, the youth can simply refuse to go.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
So we reached out to the mayor's office to find out the total cost associated with all of this, the youth connection centers and the buses that are going to transport them. Well, according to the mayor's office, the summer youth engagement strategy as a whole has a budgeted price tag of $1,892,000. Now, keep in mind, though, that also includes other parts of the strategy like music and art festivals, sports and cookouts. But we spoke with David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and he says the city is really taking a big chance here.
Here's the problem, is that these centers may staff up. They may have a lot of food allocated, which is going to cost money. And if the kids don't agree to go to the centers, this is food and money that could go to waste. There is no guarantee that these services will be utilized, yet the city is going to be paying for the services.
So we'll have to see. But we also know as part of this plan, the city is going to have officers and social workers out at locations where kids typically are. So Fells Point, Federal Hill, and the Inner Harbor. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you from our live center here this morning, taking you live to our nation's capital right now. Things are quiet. Lawmakers are in recess until Tuesday for the holiday weekend. So even if House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the White House reach a deal by the deadline, the earliest that we could expect to see debate on the debt ceiling and a vote in the House is next week. White House officials and Republican negotiators say they are narrowing in on an agreement that would raise the debt limit and cap federal spending through next year's election. But both sides remain far apart on issues like work requirements for food stamp benefits and other social safety nets.
It would not be easy. It's hard, but we're working, and we're going to continue to work till we get this done.
What's the hang-up at this point? Or would you say?
Look, we've been talking to the White House all day. We're going back and forth, and it's not easy. We want to make sure this is an agreement worthy of the American people.
Well, complicating matters. 35 House Republicans sent a letter to Speaker McCarthy yesterday with new demands. They want to add a new border security measure, repeal funding for a new FBI headquarters, and recall proposed IRS funding. Democrats are unlikely to back those measures, and they're doubling down against policy rollbacks and spending cuts.
The idea that the Republicans are holding hostage the entire world economy unless they get what they want has been an outrageous display of extremist politics, and it really is unacceptable.
Taking you live now to New York City here this morning, where we know Wall Street is kind of in a wait-and-see mode right now. Experts warn as we get closer to that default deadline of June 1st, next week, borrowing costs could go up and could hurt already shaky markets. We're going to have a closer look at some of the other economic news that could impact markets today, including that upcoming report on inflation. That's the latest from our live center.
Johns Hopkins University graduates get a special surprise during their commencement ceremony. After the break, who was the guest honored with following his speech at the university?
Plenty of sunshine out there now and temperatures that will warm up for the afternoon. We'll take a look at when that rain could impact your weekend. It's all ahead on Fox 45 Morning News. All local all morning.
We are taking you live to Hereford High School right now, where the Memorial Day salute is just beginning for the Eyes of Freedom exhibit. Taking a live look right there again. Tom Rogers will be joining us live from the school with a recap momentarily and letting us know just how special, how important this is for not just the families impacted, but the students and the community.
We all talk about how freedom is not free, and a lot of folks have died for that right to be free. So that's what we honor on Memorial Day. Obviously, Memorial Day, very exciting for some because it is also the unofficial start to summer. And we've got some pretty nice temperatures, not only for that ceremony right now, but if you're just going to be out and about here over the next couple of hours looking down at Fed Hill and the Inner Harbor, those boats are all lined up, ready to go. We're talking about mid to upper 50s here for Owings Mills and Woodlawn right now, 51 in Ellicott City, 50 in Bel Air, but we're going to see those temperatures steadily warm, and we'll see the low to mid 70s as we take you into the afternoon. So if you want to get out there and do some yard work or gardening, you can do that. You're out and about, cast 60s and lower 70s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast. We will track that rain that's going to impact some of us for the weekend. We'll do that in just a little bit.
All right, here's a look at today's headlines. Mayor Brandon Scott set to kick off his Be More This Summer youth engagement plan. That youth curfew also begins this evening. And it's graduation day at the Naval Academy in Annapolis. Thousands of midshipmen will be commissioned, entering the Navy or second lieutenants in the Marines. And the Pride of Baltimore will be at the Baltimore Peninsula. They'll be available for tours. There will be a festival with live music and food. That all starts at 5 p.m.
Well, speaking of Memorial Day, we are expecting this weekend to have some crazy travel numbers still to come. What you need to know before taking on the roads this holiday weekend.
And we're here in Harbor East at Resistance Cycle, where they have a full lineup of classes for the holiday weekend, all for a good cause, actually. We'll take you inside one of the classes happening right now in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We want to take you back live to Hereford High School, where a special Memorial Day event is getting underway. The salute about to happen. Let's watch this live.
Next, I'd like to introduce Chuck Ritz to give a background on the 9/11 Rolling Memorial.
Morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. This is our fourth year being a part of this ceremony. In January of 2016, I shared my vision of creating Maryland's only 9/11 Rolling Memorial, and also the country's only rolling memorial that honors the citizens from that state and also those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the war against terrorism since 9/11. January, we had our first meeting, and 9 months later, we unveiled the memorial on the 15th anniversary of 9/11. At the time, there was 69 Marylanders we had found that were killed on 9/11, and in the last 3 years, we've found 5 others. So the total of Marylanders have been killed on 9/11 is 74. And when we unveiled the war side for Afghanistan and Iraq, it was 140. And we've added 17 names to it, so it's a total of 157 now. On the 20th anniversary, we added the 17 more names. We also added a plaque for the 7 Marines and 1 Navy corpsman that was killed in the 83 Beirut bombing. That was the first terrorist attack against American soldiers, so we wanted to make the connection between 1983 and 9/11 leading up to the terrorist attacks that we all witnessed, the generation that witnessed that. For all of the students here, our mission is to try to educate you and the future generations to never forget to keep the promise we made for those who witnessed 9/11. We also added a plaque for 3 sailors that were each 19 years old that was killed on the USS Cole 11 months before the 9/11 attacks. And then another plaque we added for 15 other Marylanders who served our country during wartime. 8 of them did tours of duty and came back to the States and were killed in training missions here in the United States. One of the names we added died by suicide. We're trying to raise awareness for the 22 veterans each day that are dying by suicide. So the rolling memorial is a tribute to the Marylanders killed on 9/11 and also those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the war against terrorism since then. And for those that are still boots on the ground that continue to fight for our country and protect our freedoms, please keep them in your thoughts and prayers this weekend. And we certainly appreciate being here once again this year to honor all of our service members who made that sacrifice. Thank you.
Next, please welcome Robin Anderson, Gold Star mother of Hereford alumni Norman Anderson.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if everyone knows what Blue Star family is and what Gold Star family is. Blue Star family is the family of a U.S. military member serving during time of war. Gold Star family is the family of a military member that has given their life during war. I am a Gold Star mother. I wish I was still a Blue Star mother, but I'm proud to be a Gold Star mother. Good morning, what a beautiful morning it is. I'd like to thank a few people. First and foremost, all of our military, whether currently serving or veteran. And our military families, thank you for supporting your loved ones. Without your support, they wouldn't be able to do their job. Sean and Kelly with the Eyes of Freedom Memorial, what you do to bring awareness with this memorial is a beautiful thing, and we thank you for being here. This memorial wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the tireless work of Kathy Aiken. You are a blessing. Rob Greenwood, and for our Troops Club, what can I say? The way that you honor our military year after year is heartwarming and is special to our family. Coach Walters and the Hereford football team, your strength and willingness to help unload and set up this memorial was appreciated more than you know. Principal Covert, thank you for working with Kathy, Rob, and everyone else involved to make this event possible at Hereford High School, where it is so honorably celebrated. Linda Price. Very little happens in Hereford that doesn't have Linda's energy in it somewhere. Thank you from the bottom of our heart for all you have done for us over the years. Our family's lived in the Hereford zone for 41 years. We're rural, we're country, and we love it. On October 19, 2005, when tragedy knocked on our door, the Hereford community was there for us then, and they still are. We're blessed with the love, strength, and support that this community gives to us. Our son, Lance Corporal Norman Wally Anderson III, joined the Marines right out of high school. He married his high school sweetheart, also a Hereford High graduate. He deployed to Afghanistan in 2004 and in Iraq in 2005. He was killed on October 19, 2005 while leading a patrol through the streets of Sadah, Iraq. He shot and killed the driver of a vehicle that was outfitted with 7 propane tanks. The vehicle also had a kill switch so that if the driver was killed, it would still detonate. There were several Marines that were injured, some serious, but Wally was the only fatality. He was awarded the Bronze Star with V for Valor and the Purple Heart. Several days prior, they had been made aware of this suspicious vehicle. It is believed that the vehicle was headed towards their forward operating base with the hopes of causing mass casualties. Our son Wally prevented that. Wally's good friend Josh Snyder would join the Marines the same time with our son. Josh was deployed to Iraq several weeks after Wally. On November 30th, 2005, while handing out candy to children in Fallujah, Josh was killed by a sniper. Devastating and unbelievable are the only words that come to mind, because you never think it will happen to you.
You've been listening there to a mother of a fallen soldier, her son Wally, dying in combat in 2005, serving our country. Just one story of why this holiday that we are heading into is so important and so valuable that we take a moment. Tom Rogers is out there. This is happening at Hereford High School, this ceremony. He's going to give us a recap of everything that's been happening, and many of which made possible by the students there. It is 8:20 here this morning. We'll be right back. Push 50 for the fallen this Memorial Day weekend. Resistance Cycle in Harbor East, is hosting a fundraiser supporting servicemen and women. We have Amy Aronson joining us live with more this morning. Amy, how's it going?
Yeah, going well. There's another class happening right now. Kelly Berger, actually, we just pulled her out from teaching it. So you've got a nice glow going on here. So this is just one of the classes, part of Memorial Day weekend here. All the classes benefit a great cause. So what's your setup here for the weekend? You've got a lot happening.
We have a ton happening. EOD Foundation is the one that we're supporting. We're asking anyone that wants to just make any sort of donation, riding or not riding this weekend, they can right on our website. And really, it's thinking about what Memorial Day is really all about. So that's what these ladies are in here doing. It's all girls today, which is awesome. It's typically dudes too, but we're having a good time in there, and that's what our goal is all weekend long, is having a great time. In the amount of rides that we have, we can find something great to ride for, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, I know it's loud in there, but I do want to show people inside what's happening so they know what they're up against if they come on out here. So we'll give them a peek. So it's more than just a spin class, obviously. There's lots of action happening too.
Yeah, we like to say dance it out because riding a bike is pretty boring. And actually, our instructor up there is 8 months pregnant, so she's crushing it right now. Yes, yes.
She looks awesome. Okay, cool. So if anyone wants to come out, you've got another class, I think, coming up at noon today. And then classes all weekend long, and Memorial Day is the big ride.
Yeah, Memorial Day we're doing 50 minutes for the fallen, so we're riding 50 full minutes. We're going to have a ball in there. It's going to be a little bit frightening because 50 minutes is a long time, but we're going to battle through it together and remember why we're riding.
Okay, awesome. Well, we've got all the information up on our website, so if you do want to join, head over there, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Did you see that class, Megan? This is what we're missing out when we work mornings. We don't get to participate in stuff like that.
I love it's so much fun, just the camaraderie of doing it together. And then when you think about what they're doing on Memorial Day, I mean, it's beautiful. Amy, thank you.
It is.
Well, today we have a mostly sunny day, warmer day, temps in the 70s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that next weather maker.
One of the busiest travel weekends kicks off now. Just ahead, what you need to know before you hit the roads and travel to the beach.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, May 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our Memorial Day weekend forecast.
Yeah, right now, not looking too bad. In fact, our temperatures have been cooler this morning, but we're going to warm up nicely as we head toward the afternoon. As we take a live look outside, there it is, the flag flapping around there on Fed Hill. Obviously, those flags flying proudly for this Memorial Day weekend. Upper 40s in Oakland, 51 in Cumberland, mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Bel Air. Time right now, 8:37. Your weather authority forecast here. Looking nice. Lots of sunshine out there. Flags flapping around just a little bit. Maybe a light breeze from the northeast later today. Overall, Carlos the Crab, well, we got a 5 on our Crabcast, so we're going to have a happy crab today. Should be a real nice afternoon or evening to go crabbing. 76 today, upper 70s tomorrow, but then we drop into the mid-70s on Sunday. We are tracking the potential for at least some rain showers. We'll take you through that hour by hour coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Developing now in Prince George's County, police are looking for a juvenile suspect accused of trying to shoot and kill another child on a school bus earlier this month. Now, police say 3 young teens tried to fire at the victim's head and chest 3 different times, but the gun jammed. 2 of those teenagers were arrested, but this 15-year-old who goes by the name of K, Baby K, he's still on the run, and police say he's also a suspect in the murder of a 23-year-old in Northeast D.C. that happened just 2 days after the attack. She's the older sister of one of the other boys charged in this school bus attack. Now, police are taking the rare step of sharing his mugshot due to the nature of this investigation. Now, the Maryland State Supreme Court has put the reinstatement of Anad Syed's murder conviction on hold while it reviews the case. It comes as after Heyman Lee's family successfully argued their victims' rights were violated in court. And the order now cites that the Heyman Lee family did not object while awaiting final rulings by the state's highest court on the decision to actually set him free. It also said Syed had been caring for his elderly parents. His father suffers from dementia, and his mother was diagnosed with leukemia. And developing in Prince George's County, police are looking for a juvenile suspect accused of trying to shoot and kill another child on a school bus earlier this month. We showed you this story here. The 3 teens that tried to fire at that young girl in the chest 3 times. The gun jammed all of the times. And they're now releasing his mugshot to try to bring him in.
You're a coward and you need to go turn yourself in. You need to turn yourself in today.
That was the mother of the victim who is speaking out to Baby K, the suspect in this case. Now, police are taking rare steps of sharing his juvenile mugshot because of this investigation. Tonight, the city's youth curfew goes into effect in Baltimore, topping our next half hour. The skepticism still swirling over that plan. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. All right, City Comptroller Bill Henry ran on Transparency Promise. Now, the Transparency Organization Open the Books filed its annual open records request for the city checkbook. Just days ago, the City Comptroller responded. They refused to produce proper records. Adam Andrzejewski with CEO of the Open the Books, joining us live to weigh in. Good morning to you, Adam.
Good morning, Taylor.
So let's get into this. What's the history here? Did the city provide a line-by-line record of its expenditures in previous years? Why did this not happen this time?
So we first started requesting the city checkbook, the line-by-line record of who got paid in terms of vendor spending at the city level last year. And the city produced the 2021 city checkbook on the calendar year, and it was very detailed. It had all the information that we needed to find good stories that we broke right here on the WBFF. So, for instance, we found that during the pandemic, $30 million flowed to visit Baltimore, for travel and leisure advertising, but people weren't traveling during the pandemic. Things were shut down. We found $6 million went to the George Soros-funded Open Society Foundation with their local Baltimore office out of the city checkbook. We found, 15 nonprofits that were not registered properly with Maryland received $21 million in city funding. These were some great stories we broke. We were able to follow the money. And now that's just not the case.
What's the reason? Did the city give you a reason as to why they're not releasing their checkbook this time?
Yes, so they released a database. It had nearly 50,000 payments. Taylor, that amounted to $18 billion worth of disbursements of taxpayer dollars in 2022. And red lights and flashing lights, red and blue and yellow lights, all the lights should be going off because they redacted the name of who got paid. $18 billion of hidden spending over the course of the last 12 months. This is absolutely unacceptable. Taxpayers, that's all taxpayer money, 100% of it. We paid for the creation of the record, and that column on who got paid should not be redacted.
Is the city blaming a system software? Is there a holdup? Have they given you a timeline for when they can rectify that?
Yeah, they're blaming this Workday accounting software that was supposed to cure all these problems. So this process was started of implementing Workday at the city level in 3 phases starting back in 2019. There's been huge problems with it the entire way. Just recently, workers weren't receiving paychecks, the proper pension payments from the city into the pension funds on behalf of the city workforce weren't being made. There's been tens of millions of dollars worth of outside consultants brought in to try to rectify things. And, now we're into a situation where it can't even produce a proper checkbook.
Well, Adam, we're trusting you to stay on it. Let us know what you find, and we'll check back in. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we now continue our live team coverage at Harper High School. Tom Rogers is live there with more from the Eyes of Freedom honoring the soldiers this Memorial Day. Good morning to you, Tom.
Yeah, Taylor, the Hereford High School students just put on an incredible event this morning. Because of COVID, it stopped. Last time was 2019. Honoring the veterans. It all started because of For Our Troops. That's a club that the high school has here. If you're just joining us this morning, just incredible. We'll be showing it to you all morning long, and then also this afternoon, different parts about it. The reason behind it is because of the 2 fallen or killed in action students in 2005. They started that 18 years ago. But there's a lot of veterans that have come through here and even show up to watch this event because it means something. Never forget. In fact, joining us right now, veteran Wayne Burrow. He is actually a Hereford grad from 1989, also a veteran. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I just wanted to get your reaction from the ceremony that we just witnessed.
The ceremony itself it's excellent done. I mean, from the children and the students, I should say, rather, and the staff here at the school. They've been putting it on for several years now, and I've come probably about the last 7 years, and it's been excellent every year.
You also have some connections, not only being a graduate here at Hereford, but you also said you just heard one of your buddies' names mentioned. Can you tell us about that and what that meant?
Actually, it's a second cousin of mine, cousin of my mom's, Kenneth Grove, Vietnam vet who was killed in action during Vietnam.
And so you get to hear that. You see all of the students that were out here, choir from Woodlawn, the ROTC presenting the colors for us this morning. We see that, but then there's also something that is major that happened this year. They were trying to get 4 years ago, and it's the Eyes of Freedom. For anybody that may be thinking about coming out here to Hereford, though, this weekend to be able to see it from 10 to 6 each day now, it's inside our auditorium. Have you been able to go inside the auditorium and take a look at that?
I've walked around inside there before the service started, and I myself think it's a nicely done presentation that they have in there, and I think it's got a good cause behind that.
Yeah, 23 fallen heroes from Ohio. It's been traveling around the country. We're hearing that veterans will see this, and they have mixed emotions. Some will get angry. Some feel it's more of a release that somebody's actually paying attention to them. Did you have any response when you first saw those 11 massive paintings?
I was stunned by the paintings. They're excellent work. I can't really put into words what they felt like inside. It just felt really good from my point of view to see something like that.
Yeah.
So
always being remembered, never forgetting. That's exactly what this weekend is for. A lot of the students here think of it as, okay, beginning of summer, but really they got to witness for that half hour what they saw here and the presentation here. So Wayne, thank you so much. It's really an honor to be able to speak with you too, and thank you very much for coming out.
That's no problem.
Yeah, thank you for your service. So that's exactly why the students here at Hereford put this on every year, and it's the students also from Woodlawn and their choir coming up is because of veterans, to be able to honor them and to find out, because they have not seen this. Any of the students that put this together over the last 4 years, it's been canceled because of COVID. So this was just incredible to see all the students out here, all 1,200 students along the outside, and the students that participated joining with veterans. So it's just incredible. Taylor, thank you so much for being able to let me get off the desk and come out here and witness this firsthand. It's just been an incredible morning, and we'll be checking back inside the auditorium coming up for the Eyes of Freedom and those 11 paintings coming up in just a little bit.
Well, talk about a comeback. That's incredible, Tom, as you said, and great weather for it today, too, as well. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. Yeah, and definitely a nice morning for sure to be outside, and a nice weekend to honor those lives lost, putting your flags up. And you'll get a little bit of a breeze today and a little bit more for tomorrow, especially out of the north and the northeast. But right now, very calm conditions, and temperatures are not too bad. If you do want to get out there and hit the links today, 63 by 9 a.m., lower 70s into the noon hour, and mid 70s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Typically, upper 70s is where we are for this time of year. Notice the numbers, low to mid 70s across central Maryland, from the eastern shore across the Bay Bridge to Annapolis. Big day in Annapolis with the graduation happening, the flyover of the Blue Angels a little bit later here this morning into the afternoon, and lower 70s here for Westminster over through parts of Carroll County, as well as even to northern Baltimore County. Maybe you're heading down to the ballpark tonight. The Baltimore Orioles back in town tonight after that series win against the Yankees in the Bronx. The O's are not messing around. Everyone is aware that we are good this year. We'll keep that good streak going here with the Rangers in town. 73 for your first pitch at 7:05, and those numbers come down a bit, but I'm telling you, just a great night for baseball in Charm City. All right, heading down the ocean. We've been talking about it all morning long with the traffic, with the weather. Lower 60s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Ocean City and Rehoboth. We will see a better chance of some showers picking up on Sunday. It will be breezy tomorrow afternoon, but today and tomorrow look pretty nice, and even on Sunday, it's not a lot of rain that we're tracking. Also, some good news here. The pollen numbers, they've come down a little bit. Trees and grass in that moderate category, mold coming down as well. So kind of hitting the peak of the grass season that's just passed. Usually it's right around Memorial Day. So nice to see those numbers come down, especially for allergy sufferers. All right, here's a look at our future scan. Taking you through the afternoon today. Look at that. Nothing to get in your way. Plenty of sunshine. Tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover starts rolling in, but we're still rain-free on Saturday as that next weather maker creeps closer to us. Notice it's shifting more to the south and to the west. So even by 11 o'clock on Sunday morning, even though it'll be cloudy, we're not tracking a lot of rain. Just what happens after 11 a.m. into about the 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Even then, the latest model runs are coming in less and less wet, but still have to at least account for a few of those showers, especially by the time we get into late Sunday evening, and even into Monday for Memorial Day. We'll have a couple of scattered showers here and there, but overall not a lot of rain, so that's definitely good. Shout out to Tiffany in Parkville. Sent us this picture of Spike Ranger. Looks like Spike Ranger taking a little bit of a nap there. So Tiffany, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you guys. We're talking about numbers in the 70s throughout the weekend. We'll get to about 81 on Monday. That'll be the warmest day of your 3-day weekend, and then next week those numbers really start climbing. We'll be close to 90 by next Thursday. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Look at this. This is, wait, let me read it. Hold on. It is, oh yeah, sun's out, tongues out. That is from Jordan C., and that is the way to do it. Doggy on a raft right there. So thank you, Jordan, for sending that picture in. We would love to get the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, let's take a live look now at Annapolis, where this morning will be the 173rd United States Naval Guard Academy graduation ceremony. The class of 2023 has a little over 1,000 graduates, and Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III will give the keynote address. Memorial Day weekend gets underway, and so does the traffic. Right now, we're looking at those roads, and in our next half hour, we'll tell you how you can stay safe as you take on events here in our area.
And we're here in Harbor East this morning where the sun is shining, but this weekend clouds are going to increase, plus there's some showers in the forecast, so why not take your workout inside? We'll head back into Resistance Cycle in just a little bit and let you know of all the Memorial Day things they have happening there this weekend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And all this workout stuff is crazy until you grab a cup of coffee. It's time for a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, BMW's new car feature can change lanes with just a glance. The automaker announced the Active Lane Change Assistant in its 5 Series sedan. It's going to include eye confirmation. The car will suggest lane changes to the driver, who can confirm just by looking at one of the outside mirrors. BMW says the car will then take control of the steering and switch lanes on its own. BMW says the feature brings a new level of interaction between the driver and the car, and customers can purchase the vehicle starting this October. And good news for electric vehicle owners. Now, drivers will now have more options when it comes to finding a place to charge up. The company announced all current and future electric vehicles will have access to Tesla's supercharger stations starting next spring. Tesla CEO Elon Musk says he wants his company's network of about 12,000 charging stations to support other sustainable transportation options. Ford says EV owners will likely have to pay to access Tesla stations, but the automaker says its second-generation EVs starting in 2025 will come with Tesla charging plugs. Well, Disney fans might like hearing this one, but several shows and movies on Disney Plus and Hulu may be getting the axe as some companies look to cut the cost. A report says dozens of shows along with some movies will be taken off of the platform as of today. Disney announced the impending cuts earlier this month after reporting a missing 4 million subscriber loss in the first quarter of this year. Most of the content being removed are reportedly shows and movies that were released directly to streaming services, including Big Shot and Clouds on Disney Plus, as well as Dollface and Maggie on Hulu. All right, now it's time for today's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Hey everybody, we all spend a lot of our lives in our cars. And wouldn't you like that time that you do spend here to be as safe as possible? It's scary to think about, but there are over 6 million car accidents each year in the US, and that's a huge number. But one of the ways we can find peace of mind is through how we protect ourselves. This is the Minolta dash cam. Now, if you're ever involved in a car accident, you could have supporting evidence at your fingertips. Think about that. This camera comes with a windshield mount, and it's really easy to set up. It has a wide angle and tiltable lens, and it uses HD video, so it won't miss anything going on in front of you, including license plate numbers. It also has this large screen, so you can actually see the footage that you record. And the most important part of the camera is the G sensor, which will automatically detect a collision and make sure it gets recorded. Now, beyond accidents, think about the added security of having a camera like this in your car. Break-ins, road rage, unsafe parking lots. Think of this like a security camera for your car that you can feel good about. We are offering a special offer right now. Get one for yourself. Think about getting one for your kid going away to school, elderly parents, anyone you want to keep safe. Take advantage of this deal. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Such an exciting day for so many. We want to take you live to Annapolis, where later this morning will be the 173rd United States Naval Academy. We're getting our shot up and running as that graduation ceremony is about to get underway. The class of 2023 has a little over 1,000 graduates, and Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin III will give the keynote address there. That's going to be something special. According to the city of Annapolis, the outdoor graduation ceremony is limited to invited Naval Academy and class of 2023 guests and authorized personnel only. It's a very exclusive, special moment for all of them that, fortunately, we have the honor of bringing you live to.
Yeah, that's the procession.
Yes, happening right now. And you saw beautiful skies. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Friday, May 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers because they've got gorgeous weather for the event today.
Ceremony starts at 10 o'clock. The flyover, 10:04. Blue Angels flyover, 10:04 a.m. That's when it's scheduled for. Okay. And weather, I was looking there, it's like weather alternate. No need for the alternate. We're looking good. Beautiful conditions right now, and nice sunny skies out there. Our Towson camera also looking pretty good here, too. Overall, it's been a cooler morning, that's for sure, with our numbers that were in the 40s earlier, but now they're warming up nicely. We will have a warmer afternoon ahead, and we are tracking at least some weekend showers. So check in your out and about cast here in the next couple of hours. We'll get to 70 by about 11 a.m. and into the low to mid 70s as we take you later into the afternoon. Here's your 3T cast today, tonight, tomorrow. 76, 56, 77. Overall, very similar numbers for tomorrow as well. That rain, yeah, it's in the forecast, and I got to talk about it, and I will in about, I'd say, 12 or 13 minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, now to your Len Stiller Traffic Network. We're looking live over the regional Baltimore. I mean, everything looks smoothly, but if you get out now, this might be the best time to do it because we are expecting traffic to pick up this Friday.
We are continuing to see heartbreaking levels of youth violence in our city. We all know that this is unacceptable. And I made a promise to Baltimore that we would bring everyone and everything to the table to protect the lives, safety, and well-being of our young people.
Turning now to a city in crisis happening today. The city's youth curfew goes into effect tonight, but skepticism is still swirling over the plan. This morning we have Shannon Lilly joining us to explain how it will work and the cost to taxpayers. Shannon.
Yeah, the cost to taxpayers is certainly one of the biggest concerns that people we spoke to have, and we'll get more to that in just a minute. But it is certainly not the only concern. In fact, some city council members think this plan just simply will not work. So let's break down the plan for you. Take a look right here. Once this curfew goes into effect tonight, those under 14 need to be off the streets by 9 p.m. and youth from 14 to 16 can stay out until 11 p.m. since it's a weekend, but 10 p.m. on the weekdays. Now, youth will also be asked to leave on their own, or they're going to be taken by bus to a youth connection center, and that's where the city will supply food and games and attempt to locate their parents. But here's the thing, the youth can simply just refuse to go.
At the end of the day, though, if a young person decides that they are not going to go, I want to remind members of the public and members of this committee that the curfew ordinance does not, young people are not violating criminal code, and so we are not forcing them to go anywhere.
Now, we reached out to the mayor's office to find out the total cost associated with the youth connection centers and the buses that are going to be transporting them. And according to the mayor's office, the summer youth engagement strategy as a whole has a budgeted price tag of $1,892. But keep in mind, that also includes music and art festivals, sports and cookouts, so it's their engagement strategy as a whole there. But David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance says the city is still taking a big chance here.
Here's the problem, is that these centers may staff up. They may have a lot of food allocated, which is going to cost money. And if the kids don't agree to go to the centers, this is food and money that could go to waste. There is no guarantee that these services will be utilized, yet the city is going to be paying for the services.
Now, as part of this plan, we do know that the city will also have officers and social workers ready in the areas where kids typically gather, so like Federal Hill, Fells Point, and the Inner Harbor. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The start of the youth curfew comes as Fox 45 remembers the lives lost of Baltimore's youngest. Yesterday, Baltimore City Public Schools hosting a Peace and Remembrance Day ceremony to honor the 19 students who were killed by gun violence just within the past year. The youngest victim, 8 years old. The event took place outside of the city school board with students, staff, and family members in attendance. Baltimore City Public Schools CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises and Deputy Mayor Dr. Letitia Draza were among those to speak at the event.
These young people individually represented potential. They represented different gifts and talents and personalities. They are not just numbers.
That means 19 children didn't show up for dinner last night. 19 children won't get the chance to close out the school year with their classmates this year.
We want to hear from you. Do you feel Baltimore City is a safe place to raise a child? So far, 98% of voters say no. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Coming to you from our live center now this morning, we want to take you live to our nation's capital where right now things are quiet. We know lawmakers are in recess until Tuesday for the holiday weekend. So even if House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the White House reach a deal on the debt ceiling, the earliest that we could expect to see debate and a vote in the House would be next week. White House officials and Republican negotiators say they are narrowing in on an agreement that would raise the debt limit and cap federal spending through next year's election. But both sides remain far apart on issues like work requirements for food stamp benefits and other social safety nets.
It would not be easy. It's hard, but we're working, and we're going to continue to work till we get this done.
What's the hang-up at this point? What would you say?
Look, we've been talking to the White House all day. We're going back and forth, and It's not easy. We want to make sure this is an agreement worthy of the American people.
Well, complicating matters, 35 House Republicans sent a letter to Speaker McCarthy yesterday with some new demands. Take a look. They want to add a new border security measure, repeal funding for a new FBI headquarters, and recall proposed IRS funding. Democrats are unlikely to push back those measures, that is, and they're doubling down against policy rollbacks and spending cuts.
The idea that the Republicans are holding hostage the entire world economy unless they get what they want has been an outrageous display of extremist politics, and it really is unacceptable.
Taking you live now to New York City here this morning, where we know Wall Street there kind of in a wait-and-see mode. Experts warning as we get closer to a default deadline, which is June 1st next week, borrowing costs could go up and could hurt already shaky markets. We're going to have a closer look at some of the other economic news that could impact markets today, including the upcoming report on inflation. That's the latest from our live center.
All right, let's get one more check of your weather today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a quick check of our, oh, look at that shot. Right over Federal Hill, right?
That is exactly right, Taylor. Yeah, the flag is proudly flying in the breeze. All of you should have all of your flags out. A lot of you put them out every day, but this is a good weekend to have them displayed for sure because of Memorial Day and all of the lives that have been sacrificed for our freedom right here in the United States of America. So 64 your temp right now in Baltimore, 59 in Brooklyn Park, 61 in Glen Burnie, some lower 60s for Rosedale and Essex out through Middle River, 61 in Dundalk. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, mid to upper 60s, even close to 70 through 11 a.m., kind of mild conditions. I don't know what this jogging thing is. I think it's like a soft J. Either way, get out there and enjoy that. 73 in Cockeysville and Bel Air, 76 in Baltimore, and 72 in Annapolis. So a great day for graduation taking place now. Update on that rain and when it could impact you. We'll do that in a few.
As Memorial Day weekend kicks off, we are honoring those who lost their lives serving our country.
That's right. We have Tom Rogers. He is joining us live from Hereford High School with how the Eyes of Freedom exhibit is honoring soldiers this Memorial Day. Tom, what a moving ceremony that happened earlier this morning.
Yeah, just incredible. I mean, having it run by students, though, too, is just is the main part about this service that happened this morning. We had all of Hereford students out here, and it's called the For Our Troops Club that started 18 years ago because 2 of their students died. They also brought in the Eyes of Freedom this year, which is amazing. But some of those that were in the service that actually got to perform were choir members. We brought Woodlawn High School's choir and ROTC together. They presented the colors, and also Hereford's choir. 2 of those choir members are joining us right now. In fact, we have Caleb and Claire. Caleb is a Woodlawn senior, and you are going to Morgan University starting next year, right?
Yes, sir, for music. Yes, sir. I love it. I really just love it. This was a great experience, honestly. I really appreciate everybody that invited us, everything. I just really love doing music. This is what I want to do. I just enjoy performing. I enjoy making people happy. I really like to make my presence known, and I want to leave a positive impact on everybody with everything that I do, especially my music.
And coming together here also with Hereford's choir. So we have Woodlawn and Hereford. You were able to present here. The whole day is about those who have served or are serving. So Claire, tell us about this. This is the first time, but the 2 of you have even got to experience this because of COVID.
Right. So this is our first time being back since 2019. So this is pretty new for all of us. And we're just breaking barriers here. The fact that we were able to come together and collaborate with these 2 programs is incredible. And this is something that is really meaningful to the Hereford community. It's something I've heard about for years, even though it didn't happen. So it was great that we were able to bring it back in person this year.
The connections between the 2 high schools are great. Baltimore County is representing in both ways. Hearing that, though, and the songs coming together, was there much rehearsal time? Did you guys get to any rehearsing together?
Yeah, definitely. We definitely worked hard in and out of the classroom. I mean, we really took the time to make sure that this was going to be our best performance of the year because, you know, it was a lot on the line. It was a very emotional moment for a lot of people. So we try to make sure we do our best at all times.
What's great is we have amazing choir teachers. So they were preparing us for a while before the event. We had 30 minutes before we came on to collaborate with both choirs, and it just came together perfectly.
Well, Claire and Caleb, thank you so much. We really appreciate you performing and both of your choirs coming out today. That was just incredible to be able to see that, and you'll never forget this. Heading off to Morgan, and there's something with student body that you are also doing next year?
Yeah, I got elected as the president of the Baltimore County Student Council, so I'm very excited to serve in that position.
Incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for speaking with us this morning, too. We appreciate that. Yeah, the event happened earlier this morning in case you missed it, but you can still come out to Hereford High School because the Eyes of Freedom is in their auditorium, free to everyone. Remember, it's from 3:30 to 8 this afternoon, and then it's from 10 to 6 Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. So, Megan and Taylor, yeah, what a great morning out here, and it's all because of the kids.
And this is what makes you proud of our next generation for what is to come, and understanding that this day will always be remembered.
And making sure they invest the time to actually make sure that the performance was what it was, emotional.
Oh, Tom, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in. Well, speaking of Memorial Day, we are expecting this weekend to have some crazy travel numbers. Still to come, what you need to know before hitting the roads this holiday weekend.
And Johns Hopkins University graduates get a special surprise during their commencement ceremony. Still ahead, what the guest was honored with following his speech. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Developing news, we are less than a week away from the day the United States could default on its debt, according to an estimate from the Treasury.
The National Desk's Kayla Gaskins joins us from Capitol Hill. Kayla, we've been following these negotiations day by day. What is the latest in the progress?
Well, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy reported some progress Thursday as the debt talks drag on. And there have been some leaked reports of what exactly a compromise package might look like. Lawmakers on both sides reportedly unhappy with what they're hearing and seeing. Republicans upset over what they see as significant concessions, according to The Hill. And then CNN reporting Democrats are complaining Republicans are beating them on messaging. Some Democrats urging President Biden to get more aggressive, calling on him to address the nation. The White House and Republicans still remain deadlocked on some critical issues. The right still pushing to block Biden's student loan forgiveness plan and the increases in IRS funding as part of a compromise bill. Those are two of the administration's most prized issues. Well, whatever comes out of negotiations, it will have to get enough support to clear both chambers. Some lawmakers did leave Washington for the holiday weekend, saying they're unsure what's next.
Again, the deadline next week, June 1st. We're already watching Wall Street this morning for economic impacts. What could happen even if the nation doesn't default? Could there still be impacts?
Yeah, just getting this close to a default is causing some impacts. So Fitch Ratings placing the United States AAA credit on a ratings watch negative. The firm says it expects the deal will ultimately be reached before a default occurs, but they say there's risks now the U.S. will begin to miss some payments and not meet all of its obligations. A credit downgrade could cause interest rates to go up even more, making borrowing money, so that's for things like mortgages or student loans or credit card debt, a lot more expensive. A rattled Wall Street could also mean bad news for retirements and other savings. The longer it takes to reach a compromise, the worse the consequences. So if the June 1st deadline comes and goes, billions of dollars would reportedly not go out. That's for things like Social Security checks, veteran benefits, and military pensions. And then if a compromise isn't reached by the second week of June, SNAP benefits would be impacted along with tax refunds, Medicare and Medicaid. Also, pay for federal workers could get delayed for weeks. So let's hope that these two sides can find some common ground that everyone can agree on.
And quickly, National Desk Kayla Gaskins, live from Capitol Hill for us. Thank you, Kayla.
All right, we want to take you live to the Bay Bridge once again this morning as Memorial Day holiday shapes up here today. This is going to be one of the busiest weekends of the year on Maryland's roadways. 23 specialized Maryland State Police units will be out patrolling, on the lookout for impaired driving, aggressive driving, speeding. But I'll tell you what, now might be the time to get out there. This is not frozen. Nope. It is open.
That's the way to. That's east, right?
Yes, this is heading to.
I don't
the
see
shore.
it. Where does everybody already at the beach?
They left this morning.
You know what? Is it the graduation? Maybe.
It's
that
crazy.
They're backed
Perhaps.
up. I mean, look, we haven't seen one car on there.
What would we say? The busiest time is going to be 3 to 6 tonight. But I mean, you would think we would have saw one car go through. We saw cars this morning.
Doesn't even look real.
We should check that.
Maybe we should just hit the road. Is what I'm thinking from this.
Well, where do we go? We have 40 minutes, ladies,
Yeah.
and then we can hit the road. Yeah. All right, our weekend. It's coming, and we are here talking about plenty of sunshine. Overall, not too bad. It's been a little cooler this morning, but we're looking good right now in the neighborhood. Here's a look at your splash cast. Marco. Marco. Oh, I thought Meg was going to be on it, too. Yeah, just yell it out. We don't have to have your mics up. Just yell it out. That's what you do when you play the game. Okay, see, Master Control even said polo. I love it. All right, so here's the deal, though. With the fact that a lot of us are getting back into the pool, opening up this weekend, that UV index, very high. We've got a high sun angle, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's the time when you burn, and that is when you burn in the quickest amount of time. It only takes about 10 or 15 minutes when you have very high UV index numbers. So this is called Don't Fry Day, the Friday before Memorial Day weekend, because skin cancer is one of the most common cancers out there, and 90% of skin cancer is preventable, which means if you get those layers on and you get all sorts of sunblock on and you reapply that sunblock, you can prevent getting skin cancer. So just be smart. We know we want to get in the pool, but just get in that mindset of having that sunblock on at all times. Maybe you're flying closer to the sun. We're talking about a VFR day, pilots. Visual flight rules should be a real nice morning and afternoon to get up there and fly the friendly skies. Low to mid and upper 70s across central Maryland for your highs today. Tonight, great weather for baseball as your Baltimore Orioles are coming back home for the weekend. Texas Rangers in town off of a sweep, not a sweep, but a series win against the Yankees in the Bronx. We're looking at 73 for that first pitch. And then we've got afternoon games tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. So some great afternoons for baseball as well. Who's heading down the ocean, right? Lower 60s today, tomorrow, and Sunday. We showed you that Bay Bridge shot. Now, good-looking weather today and tomorrow. Sunday, a little bit more of some flies in the ointment, only because we'll have a few showers that we're going to have to deal with. But it's not looking like much, not only there, but also here at home. Even on Monday, still a couple of leftover showers will be possible. We'll keep those 70s through the weekend, lower 80s on Monday, and then we'll really start heating up next week. In fact, next Thursday, we're going to be close to 90 degrees.
Wow. We love to see how you're celebrating your holiday weekend. Just go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload your pictures or your videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Trending now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky delivers a surprise commencement address to graduates at Johns Hopkins University.
Yesterday morning, he appeared via live stream to share words of encouragement. Zelensky telling students that time is the most valuable resource.
one piece of advice always works. You have to know exactly why you need today and how you want your tomorrows to look like. You have to know this when you are a politician and have to achieve a certain goal for your country. You have to know this when you are a soldier and you have to defend your position so that the whole country is protected. You have to know this when you just have to go through life.
Zelensky was also presented with an honorary Doctor of Humane Letters degree by the university's president.
The Birds flocked to New York looking to take a bite out of the Big Apple. How the O's fared in the series finale against the Yankees.
Oh, and we're at Hereford High School for a student-run organization ceremony that happened. We'll be speaking with one of the recipients that was honored with a quilt and why that veteran found this service so important.
Support resistance cycle and ride for servicemen and women.
Push 50 for the fallen this Memorial Day weekend. Amy Aronson live in Harbor East with more on what this is all about. Amy?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun weekend here. It's already gotten started, of course. I'm here with Kelly Berger this morning telling us all about it. What a great idea, celebrating the holiday weekend, but also giving back to a cause that really matters.
Yeah, and when we have these opportunities, we really like to showcase them. And so we decided to pick the EOD Foundation, and we decided to do it because it holds something close to our hearts, and we figured we can sweat, we can ride, and we can get the community involved.
That's great. So you've got a whole lineup of classes. We're seeing the list now. You've already had 2 this morning. You've got another one coming up at 12:15 if people are anxious to come out today. Maybe they have a long holiday weekend. You've got stuff through Monday.
Yeah, we have Monday is our 50 minutes for the fallen, and that's 50 full minutes that we're going to ride together. Then we have a ride on Sunday, 2 rides on Saturday, 1 more ride today, like you said. And honestly, they're all just super fun. We remember what we're riding for, but we also have a good time in there.
And this is for anyone. We haven't mentioned this morning, but if you're watching and maybe a little intimidated, anybody can come in, even if you haven't cycled. You've got Remy here. He's saying anybody can do it. He's here all the time, right?
Yes, our studio dog in here. That's Remy. But we say there's a reason that room is dark and loud, because we want anyone to feel comfortable when they walk in. And there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's just get in there, put one foot in front of the other. We'll guide you through it. We'll try and make you forget that it's maybe painful sometimes, and just have a good time.
Get a good sweat.
Yes.
Process, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Well, if you want more information on coming out to Resistance Cycle, either this weekend or at any point, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And guys, we've got a lot of dogs on our show. How good was Remy during that?
Oh,
he
my
lay there the
gosh.
entire time.
I don't know if he's just well
My dog would never.
or if we're just really boring. He seems not fazed by us. Well, we have a sunny and warm afternoon ahead. Maybe Remy wants to head outside. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if the conditions stick around for Memorial Day.
One of the busiest travel weekends kicks off now. Just ahead, what you need before you hit these roads or head out to the beach.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are taking you live to Annapolis, where happening right now this morning in just a moment here in about 30 minutes, officially underway, is going to be the 173rd United States Naval Academy graduation ceremony. The class of 2023 has a little over 1,000 graduates there. We know Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin III will be giving the keynote address. According to the city of Annapolis, this is important to know, the outdoor graduation ceremony is limited to invited Naval Academy and class of 2023 guests and authorized personnel. So since you can't head out there, we wanted to bring it to you live, and it's an honor to do that. Certainly a huge accomplishment for all of them. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Friday, May 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for another look at your forecast. Great day for all the events we have going on.
Yeah, and when we show the Herndon climb last week, we know it's getting closer to the end of the year or 4 years for those folks there. And the flyover by the Blue Angels in about 30 minutes from right now. It's supposed to be right around 10:04, so that should be a lot of fun as well. They've been hanging around all all week, those Blue Angels. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam looking out in Towson right now. We got a few of those clouds kind of hanging around, but overall a nice day. And boaters and watermen, if this is the weekend you get the boat in the water, or if it's already there, man, you're going to enjoy today. 64 this hour, 72 next hour. 72 by noon, and we'll be in the mid-70s this afternoon with northeast wind about 5 to 10 knots. Not much in the way of wave activity out there. So it should top out about 76 for our high. Plenty of sunshine, just a little bit of a light breeze out there today. We are tracking the rain for parts of the weekend, and we'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's go ahead and check our Len Stiller traffic network. Looking out over the Bay Bridge, where traffic is finally starting to pick up as folks start to make their way to their destinations for the holiday weekend. As you can see, they're still moving, but it's considerably slower than it was just 30 minutes ago.
One of the busiest travel weekends, as we mentioned, is here. We are looking at a forecasted 755,000 Marylanders expected to drive to their holiday destination. You can count up at least 2 right there.
And that means you likely can expect some heavier traffic, possible delays as you head out to the beach or other destinations this holiday weekend.
Shannon Lilly joining us with what you need to know before hitting the roads. Shannon?
Yeah, we expect traffic will just keep picking up. Not only will you see more cars on the road this weekend, police will be out in force monitoring these roadways, making sure they're safe. Again, AAA expecting this to be the 4th busiest Memorial Day weekend for travel in our area since 2000. So for those of you that are heading to the beach, we do want to pull up some video right here of the Bay Bridge. This is the gateway to the Eastern Shore, where some 325,000 drivers are expected to cross this holiday weekend. So as you're driving, though, look up. You're going to notice some changes. The automated lane closure system there on the Bay Bridge will now be active on both sides of the bridge. So you'll see those lane signals up ahead to let you know if a lane is open or closed. Of course, a red X means the lane is closed. And police are going to be monitoring and enforcing that. They say there have already been some minor crashes involving people distracted, not paying attention to the new system. So be alert.
They are new devices, but it's not new to folks to understand that when lanes are closed, you don't belong in those lanes. Those signals are big. They're pretty obvious. It's really paying attention being that driver.
As for your best times to travel across the bridge, take a look right here. Police say your best bet is to come early and stay late. So before 8 a.m. or after 10 p.m. Otherwise, you can expect to hit some traffic. But remember, safety is your top priority here, as this weekend marks a potentially deadly one on our roadways.
The summer months play host to not 1 but 3 U.S. holidays: Memorial Day, Independence Day, and Labor Day, where on average 40% of U.S. traffic deaths involve alcohol-impaired drivers on roadways with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08 or higher.
And police say you should absolutely report any drunk driving that you notice while you're out on the roadways by calling 911. And of course, if you've had anything to drink, they say just don't get behind the wheel. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
And as Memorial Day weekend kicks off, we are honoring those who lost their lives serving our country.
We have Tom Rogers joining us live from Hereford High School with how the Eyes of Freedom exhibit is honoring soldiers this Memorial Day. Tom, good morning.
Yeah, Megan and Taylor, what a great event this morning. We were able to show a little bit to our viewers earlier this morning at 8 o'clock, and we've been here all morning long since 4:30 showing you the different events that they have at Hereford High School. One of the big ones, though, was during the ceremony, they honored a veteran, and that veteran chose to leave the service, an Army, First Sergeant Army, left the service, and then decided to come here and start teaching. In fact, joining us right now this morning, we have teacher and also retired Army Sergeant Marcus Robinson. Thank you so much for being a part of this event.
Absolutely.
So what is it like? Okay, you got out of the Army, you retire there, and then you go into teaching, and the very first thing that really happens to you is students present you with the quilt.
Yeah, I mean, the support that you get as a service member or a veteran, the importance can't be overstated. And like having a physical representation of that support, it was absolutely amazing. I didn't know the entire school would be out here, but it was wonderful to see, not just honoring me, but just honoring service members. It was outstanding.
First year teaching here at Hereford. What a great way to meet the entire student body when they present you with something. You said something to me earlier before we started this, and you thought you took a 20-year. What was that again? You said something about 20 years.
It was a 20-year detour to get to the classroom. Teaching's always been my passion. I've always wanted to be a teacher. But, you know, I served the country for a little bit, and then, put my dreams on hold just for a little while. But now I'm here.
Teaching here at Hereford in the very first event, and they're honoring you here. What did you think about all the students coming together? Because that was an entirely student run for our Troops Club that presents that, and they were on hiatus for a few years because of COVID. Now back.
Yeah, I mean, this was awesome. Not just the students from Hereford, but the students from Woodlawn High School choir and ROTC got to join them, and just seeing like the support from the community, the entire student body, the faculty. Again, like the support for service members, like that. The importance just can't be overstated of just what that means to people that serve in the military.
Serving in the Army for 20 years. Now your title really is teacher. Marcus Robinson. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for being here and appreciate your service. Thank you. And that is exactly what it means to be part of this event that's going on this morning for our troops. Also, what joined them this year, which is just incredible, is what we see right here, the Eyes of Freedom. That's here tonight from 3:30 to 8, and then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday from 10 to 6. Free for everyone. You do not want to miss this. Bring the entire family over here. Megan and Taylor, back to you.
All right. A great reminder of why Memorial Day is here and why we honor and observe this. Thank you so much, Tom. Well, the debt ceiling talks front and center on Wall Street this morning. Still ahead from our live center, what a new report means for your wallet as the ongoing debt debate continues.
And today we've got mostly sunny skies, a warmer day ahead with temps in the 70s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. From the Live Center, we're taking you live to New York City, where debt ceiling talks are front and center on Wall Street this morning with the long weekend looming. But we're also standing by for a new report on consumer spending, income, and inflation in America. Now, of the two reports we get each month, this morning's personal consumption expenditures report is the measure the Fed's going to watch the closest for deciding interest rate hikes. Economists are predicting core inflation will be up 4.6% year over year, with core inflation measures everything except for food and fuel, which tend to have the highest swings in prices. 4.6 would be the same reading we saw in March, which was a tenth of a point below February, which means there could be a sign that recent inflation declines are starting to slow down. That could lead the Fed to consider yet another hike next meeting, something that Jerome Powell has said is not off the table. If you are in the market, though, to buy a new home, mortgage rates just jumped once again. Freddie Mac is putting the average rate at a 30-year loan at 6.5%. That is up from last week being the highest in the last 2 months, and puts the average monthly mortgage payment right now at a record high of $2,600. This is according to Redfin. But if home buyers are still on the hunt, it means you could get a better deal on the price. We'll look out for those reports to drop later this morning and bring you the numbers here at the Live Center. Back to you. Well, actor, comedian, writer, and producer Marlon Wayans is coming to Baltimore next weekend for a Never Forget performance. He'll join us to share more about this performance just ahead.
And it's Friday, and that means we have a positively adorable friend joining us this hour. Still to come, we will introduce you to our pet of the week. Look at that face. 9:42 now on Good Day Baltimore. The hardest working man in show business from one of the funniest families is coming to Baltimore for a hilarious weekend. Can you guess who? You know the face, you know the name. He is no stranger to our show. Marlon Wayans joining us live to share more about his performance. Marlon, good morning.
Hey, what's happening? How y'all doing?
I think we need to start this by saying thank you to you. It is an honor to have you because I know you just, like literally just landed and got to your hotel and took time to talk with us. So thank you for that.
I'm a crazy man and I don't sleep much. So there you have it.
That is true.
I just talk to somebody in order to go to sleep. So I figure I'd talk to everybody in Baltimore watching your show right now, and that's going to help me sleep and drool.
There you go. That's all we wish for you. What are you talking about this week, and how do you have time to be on tour right now?
There's a writer's strike. Nobody's working. So I figure while they're not working, I'll stay on stage and continue to get better. I love stand-up, right? So I don't know specifically what I'm going to talk about, but I like to talk about me, right? So not to be a narcissist, but I feel like everything that hurts you, if I can find light in my bad situations, then I can make others feel light about life. And so joke's on me. I don't go out there attacking people unless you ask for it. But for the most part, I just want to give you a great show and make you feel and make you laugh and make you feel good.
And that is what it's all about. That's what you always bring to the table. I know the last time you came, we quizzed you up and down all about your family and what it was like growing up in that. Do you carry that with you, though, all of these years of, you know, making jokes when you were a kid and competing with your brothers? Do you carry that with you on stage?
I carry it everywhere I go. I mean, the things that it's like in life, like I grew up in a house with 10 kids. I don't like having roommates. I like living alone. I like to have a big-ass house with nobody in it, and that's happy to me. Not having to give up my dinner, not being bullied by my older brothers and sisters, you know, and now they're getting older and I get to bully them.
See how that works? Well, I know
I've waited for this moment.
We're excited to see you on stand-up, but I got to ask you about Air Jordan, working with Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. I know you're used to working with family members. Are they like family?
Yeah, man, they're like my little white brothers. They're very fun to work with. Matt is a really great actor that allows you to go for it in scenes, and he follows. And Ben, as a director, he just allows you to have fun, and he captures it all. And they're just really, really great guys, and I hope that that's only the first of many times we work together.
Well, we appreciate, again, you taking the time. There's a lot of people who just would have canceled this interview just arriving to the city. And we thank you, and I know a lot of folks are excited to see you.
Where am I going to be?
Baltimore Comedy Festival.
I know, and I added a show, 4:00 p.m. on Saturday. So get your tickets, because I think everything else is sold out. But 4 p.m. shows, don't sleep. It's actually a great show because it's dark in there and people get drunk and they don't know what time it is. It's like day drinking, and it's a lot more fun because you have energy. That's how it works. And is that how you're able to be with us here this morning? Not yet, but I'm going to day drink now. Thank you, Marlon. Enjoy your time in the city. It's going to be a fun weekend. We have a perfect weekend for hitting the Comedy Factory, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. I like that he was like, look, one of the best Wayans Brothers movies is I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. I mean, it's old, but I mean, every good hero needs his theme music, and I just wish I had theme music walking in for the weather shot. And for a huge name like he is, to still do the interview after just arriving, I mean, that says a lot about the person.
That's
true, man. That's true. That 4 o'clock show tomorrow is going to be off the chain, so that's good. All right, right now, beautiful shot here from Fed Hill. Look at the wind that is blowing the flag around right now. Get those flags out and fly them proudly here. Cannonball into the pool. Yeah, let's all go. 67 next hour on your Splashcast. Very important to get that sunblock on today, tomorrow, anytime you're going to be in the pool or at the beach. Mid-70s here through about 2 o'clock. But overall, a great day to be by the pool, sipping on some cocktails, relaxing, watching the kids. Low to mid-70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Those numbers are actually a little bit below average. In fact, mid-70s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., 64 down the ocean, so temperatures a little cooler near near the water this afternoon. And into the weekend, we're going to keep those numbers into those lower 60s. Today and tomorrow, we stay dry on your down the ocean cast. Notice that water temperature at 61 degrees, but Sunday brings the chance for at least a few showers, not only there, but also here, which means if you want to get the grass cut, today and tomorrow are good days to do that. Sunday, not the worst. Most of that rain's just going to be in the form of some scattered showers for the afternoon. That rain's going to help with those pollen numbers, which have already come down a little bit. We're kind of past the peak of the grass pollen, which is good news for sure, but there's still some pollen out there. So any kind of rain will help that at least. Keeping the 70s through Sunday. We're back to the lower 80s on Monday, and even Tuesday still upper 70s, but we really heat up by about Thursday of next week. Could see temps near 90. Taylor?
And you know what that means. We have another friend we're welcoming this morning, Katie Haynes with the Maryland SPCA joining us live. But we've got another friend who we can adopt here. What is his name?
Yes, good morning. This is Mochi. Mochi is a big, beefy guy. He's available and he's looking for his forever home.
Yes.
He's about 4 years old. He was a transfer in from another shelter. So we're looking to get him adopted. Absolutely loves treats. He is willing to work for them too. He knows sit, and I know he has a lot of potential to learn more things.
Very lickable. I mean, he's a loving dog for sure.
Yes, he is very affectionate. Will give you lots of kisses. Now, this guy can be a little bit shy at times. He is a big baby. So
how is he with other dogs?
We've tried him in a few play groups. We don't have a whole lot of information on how he does with other dogs.
Okay.
But we are requiring him to go home with like no small children. Just because he is a little bit nervous of loud noises and unpredictable environments, we recommend that for him.
All right.
But we've had quite a few volunteers take him off-site. He does amazing in the car, settles right in. He could definitely sell me future couch potato.
And people can get more information about him on your website, marylandsbca.com, right?
They can. So most adoption fee is waived. Come out to the shelter. It's 3300 Falls Road. Learn more about him and come and do a meet and greet. He's definitely looking.
Thank you, Katie. And thank you, Mochi, for being so well behaved. Looking ahead, Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars kicked off its premiere right here on Fox 45, and to celebrate it, we are giving one lucky entrepreneur a chance to win $2,500 to feed your dreams. Starting Monday, head to foxbaltimore.com/contest. Tell us about your dream to open a new food service business or fund a current one that would make Gordon Ramsay proud. The winner will have the opportunity to appear right here on Fox 45 Morning News. So get your business plan together and then go watch last night's premiere of Gordon Ramsay's Food Stars. Aaron Judge led the Yankees to victory in Game 1. The O's took the second game thanks to an 8-run seventh, which led leading to the rubber match in the Bronx, and it was a big one here. Let's take a look here. Kyle Gibson coming off a fantastic start against the Jays. Last night, he was stellar again. 7 innings, 2 hits, 0 earned runs, 3 strikeouts. On the offensive side, that is, of the ball, Austin Hayes with some insurance in the 8th there. A 2-run double makes it 3-0 O's, and the Birds walk away with a huge series win in the Bronx, 3-1. Sunny and warm this afternoon, but will your cookout be rained out? Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking what we can expect for our full holiday weekend coming up in his exclusive 10-day forecast.
All right, welcome back, everybody. A live look here at Fed Hill with the Memorial Day, well, with the American flag up. Good time to fly that flag, obviously, this weekend. But here's a look at that 10-day forecast. 76 today, upper 70s tomorrow. Today, tomorrow, no precip. Sunday, Monday, a few showers. Notice what happens next week, ladies, as we get to Thursday and Friday. That's meteorological summer. So we're talking upper 80s and lower 90s.
Wow.
By the time we get into next weekend. So a lot of people like those warm temps.
I'm loving it.
There you go.
From unofficial start of summer.
That's right.
Well, meteorological summer.
You
that
are
is.
Correct. That is official.
All right, let's
There's
hit
some
the Bay
people.
Bridge, go down to the beach, enjoy ourselves. Have a